me see who we're missing here. I know that Mirabai will be late. Is Junie here?
Junie is having some difficulty accessing. I'm helping her right now.
Okay, great. We will give her a minute or two.
Brenda, remember to captions, please.
Staff, are we ready? Chris, is Channel 8 good to go?
I will look to Emily to confirm.
Channel 8 is good to go.
Very good. Well, with that, I will go ahead and kick off this meeting. Welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Boulder City Council, March 24th, 2021. This is a gathering because of the unprecedented tragic events which have occurred in our community on Monday, March 22nd. We are gathering for the purposes of healing, supporting each other, hearing from our community about what is needed as we take the next steps to recover from this. We will start with a bit of housekeeping so that as many people as possible can understand what we're saying. So I'll turn to Brenda Rittenauer to walk us through instructions for language interpretation. Brenda?
Thank you, Sam. My name is Brenda Rittenauer. I'm with our communication and engagement team. And we are happy to be supported tonight by interpreters for both Spanish and Bosnian. Elena? Do we have interpreters for concurrent interpretation at this point? Yes. It looks like we already have you. Looks like we already have you in a channel, Elena. Can you come to English?
I'm not in a channel.
No. Yep.
Now I've got you. Great.
No, we got you.
Esta noche nos complace en proporcionar interpretación simultánea en español y en bosnian.
And Teodoro?
Yes, I do not see the channel yet on my screen to join.
Me neither.
Sure.
Yes, there's no channel yet.
Yep. So we have not yet activated our interpretation function.
Okay.
We're giving instructions now, and we'll have our interpreters provide concurrent interpretation after I share instructions in English. So let me share my slide now, and we will go ahead and move into that portion. So we will have at the bottom of your screen this globe icon in just a few moments. Elena, in Spanish?
Ver un icono allá abajo de la pantalla que tiene en forma de un globo terrestre.
Znači, ubrzo ćemo imati ikonicu za prevođenje na dnu vašeg ekrana u desnom donjem uglu.
Once you see the globe icon at the bottom of your screen, you will be able to click it and choose the language in which you would like to experience the meeting. Elena?
Ya que usted ve el globo ahí abajo de su pantalla, usted puede hacer clic en el icono para escoger el idioma que usted quiere.
Kada budete vidjeli taj mali globus na ekranu kada se bude pojavio, moći ćete da kliknete na njega i da odaberete kanal za prevođenje na vašem jeziku.
Thank you. We ask that everyone choose a language, even if your choice is English. That way, should there need to be interpretation from another language to English, you will be able to hear that as well. Elena?
Le pedimos a todos que escojan un idioma, aun si sea en inglés, y de esa forma, si alguien decide hablar en otro idioma, usted puede oír la interpretación al inglés.
Isto tako tražimo od svih prisutnih da odaberu kanal, čak i ako je to engleski, tako da ako se nešto bude govorilo na drugom jeziku i prevod bude na engleski, onda budete mogli to da čujete.
I have activated interpretation, so everyone should be able to choose your language now. We also have interpretation into ASL, American Sign Language. You'll see right now Ray, who is in a black shirt. And if you would like to make sure he stays on your screen, no matter who is speaking, you can go to his little box on your screen and click the 3 buttons on his box and pin him. You'll choose the function called pin, and that will keep Ray on your screen, no matter who else may be speaking. Thank you, Sam. I think we are ready to begin.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And I'll turn to Alicia, the city clerk. And Alicia, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagle is absent. Swetlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. As I think you are all aware, we have had a horrific tragedy strike Boulder. We've lost 10 members of our community, and we are here tonight to discuss that, to heal, to begin the process of figuring out our next steps together, to hear from the community what you think our next steps need to be. I want to take just a moment and acknowledge the grief that the families of the victims must be feeling. I also want to thank the first responders who responded Monday, both from Boulder Police, one of whose member paid the ultimate price for their response, Officer Eric Talley, and thank Fire, and thank all of the surrounding communities who sent first responders to this incident. They saved lives and they helped apprehend the suspect, which is, of course, critical to our sense of closure and justice. I also want to thank the rest of our staff. The first responders are seen and visible. The rest of our city staff has been working incredibly hard, both to set up for this meeting, to get all of the folks who are here assembled and briefed and ready to do their part, and many other things such as assembling the links to be able to donate to support the victims' families, as well as links to mental health services that we'll discuss more later. So thank you to our staff for your extremely dedicated service to all of us. With that, tonight we have just the one subject, and we're going to treat it as a matters item. So we have invited speakers to speak to us. If all goes well, we will also have a staff representative at the vigil. There's a vigil that will be starting at 7 o'clock on the Boulder Courthouse lawn. If things go well, we will also hear from a few people who are at that vigil, but at the very least, our staff member, Chris Meschuk, the acting city manager, will deliver remarks from the city to that vigil. With that, I'm going to turn to the invocation. We are going to set the tone tonight of healing, remembrance, and community. And we're going to do that with a joint invocation from Mary Kate Rougeois and Rabbi Fred Green. So if we could start that recording, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Weaver, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to be with you today and to offer this invocation on the event of terrible violence in the Boulder community a few days ago. I have invited my friend and colleague, Rabbi Fred Green of Congregation Har Hashem, to join me, because in times of trial, we are better with the support of friends. I encourage all who listen tonight to seek company and counsel if you find yourself struggling to endure. You are not alone. This invocation uses a prayer authored by Rabbi Edith Mencher, modified for this occasion. We apologize in advance for names not pronounced correctly.
We stand in grief with the devastated families in our community.
We weep over the incomprehensible loss of life.
We cry out with shock, confusion, and pain.
We mourn together over this senseless act of violence and destruction.
We remember persons, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, friends and neighbors, husbands and wives.
3 of them the age of us, a rabbi and a priest, 4 older, 3 younger.
Each one known best to those in their near orbits, each one with mysteries not yet revealed.
Let us now hear their names and the smallest portion of their lives.
Trelona Bartkowiak, 49 years old, shop manager and organic Boulderite, newly engaged, full of love and light.
Suzanne Fountain, 59 years old, a gardener who shared abundance in leaves of lettuce, an actress, a Medicare genius who will not reach the age to apply for the same.
Terry Leiker, 51 years old, a 30-year King Soopers employee, a kind and fierce bagger of groceries, Special Olympian, and Olympic class friend.
Kevin Mahoney, 61 years old, a retired chief operating officer of hospitality and hotels, an almost grandfather who will not welcome this grandchild.
Lynn Murray, 62, photo editor in Cosmopolitan Landed in Boulder, Instacart driver, mother, artist, designer.
Ricky Olds, 25, front-end manager, oldest sister, hiker and camper. Her love of independence did not keep her free from being killed in her place of work.
Denny Stong, 20, an employee, dreamer, and outdoorsman, an aspiring pilot whose high school graduation was just blocks away and 2 years ago.
Nevin Stanisek, 23 years old, a son of immigrants, already once a refugee of violence in a war zone, fixer of coffee machines, not yet old enough to rent a car.
Eric Talley, 51, an officer among our heroes in the Boulder Police Department, the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, and the CU Police Department. Beloved and loving father, a woodworker, and the first one whose name we knew.
Jody Waters, 65, boutique owner and every shopper's friend on the Pearl Street Mall, a mother and grandmother, last in the alphabet and the oldest among them, still too young.
¿Tú me escuchas si hablo ahorita?
and for the
escuchas?
stars in the constellations of each of these persons, for their beloved families and friends, we grieve.
Be with us, God, in this time of sorrow and fear.
Help us, God, to offer comfort to those whose hearts are shattered.
Rekindle hope and trust and courage with us.
Help us to sustain our belief in the promise that even in the most burdensome of times,
Even when we feel most discouraged, love is never extinguished, and light and spirit will prevail.
help us to rededicate ourselves to building a world that is safer for our children.
Help us to build a world that is safer for all people.
During these difficult days and nights, may we find comfort and peace and hope and light to bear the burdens of broken hearts and a broken world.
O se shalom b'mromav huya ase shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel.
May the one who causes peace to reign in the high heavens and the person near us, let peace descend upon us. Amen.
Well, thank you to
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Reverend Reza
Gracias a
and
Reverendo Reja
Rabbi Green.
y a
and
Rabina Green.
Very good. And
Muchas gracias.
so I think I'm hearing an interpretation. Let me double check. Mine should be off. So Brenda, can we make sure that we've got the interpretation on the channel?
Podemos asegurarnos de que tengamos interpretación en el canal.
Marina, sorry, you're in the English channel. So let's mute you for now, and you and I will keep working on it.
Very good. One more time. Thank you, Reverend Rajah and Rabbi Green,
Una vez más, ¿me
for
escuchan?
supplying that wonderful invocation to start this terrible meeting. I want to pass along, I received a call today from US President Joe Biden, and he expressed his deepest sympathies to all of Boulder, specifically as well to the victims' families, and also called out Officer Talley by name for his heroic efforts and sacrifice that he made. There's more to the conversation that I had with the president, and I will reference that when we speak at the end of the meeting tonight. But I do want everyone in Boulder to know that we have a leader of our country who feels the pain that Boulderites have experienced. He sympathizes with our loss, and he intends to work with us to try and bring change to the laws that govern the weapons that killed the people in our community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the governor of the state of Colorado, Jared Polis, to hear a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. It was, when you mentioned at the start of the meeting, this is the agenda. Of course, it's all consuming. What else can possibly be thought of or talked about? As you know, not only do I have the great honor to be governor of the state of Colorado, but I'm a Boulder native, a Boulder resident. And you know what? Many of us knew the victims firsthand, knew people who knew them. Boulder, at the end of the day, is a small, tight-knit community. I have several friends who lost somebody that they cared about, that they knew well, at the King Soopers killing. But whether you knew someone who personally or not, who perished, this was a blow to the entire community. It really, when we see these tragedies happen in different parts of our country, everyone likes to think that wouldn't happen here. And it happened here. And it happened at a place that many of us have been. I've shopped there. You've shopped there. Stopped there when I'm in South Boulder to pick up food. Something that we can all identify with. It could be any grocery store. Could be anywhere in our state, anywhere in our country. These were 10 men and women just going about their day, like you and me. Some of them working, some of them shopping, making a quick trip to grab dinner. And on Monday afternoon, evil manifested and it cut their lives short. There's gonna be a lot of talk in the days and weeks ahead. What could have possibly been the motive or the motivation or why? But there is no motive or explanation that can justify the action or that can relieve the pain of those left behind in our entire community. You know, grocery stores are really a hub of our community. And we have that expectation of familiarity, of safety. And that's why for many of us, this attack feels so personal. That could be any of us at any store at any time. And I want you to know this tragedy has not just touched Boulder and our state, but I've seen such an outpouring of love and support from people across the country and across the world for Boulder and our residents in our time of need. Earlier today, I stopped by King Soopers, Table Mesa, and saw the ad hoc memorial and paid my respects, laying down a bouquet of flowers along with hundreds, if not thousands of other flowers. And I was very heartened to see so many of our fellow Boulderites doing the same. Many brought flowers, made signs, laid down special tokens. Some were friends of people that were lost. And in many ways, just 2 days after the attack, it still doesn't feel fully real. It's still hard to understand that this happened here. And I want to encourage everyone to give ourselves the space to grieve, the space to be angry, to be sad, to be confused, to ask why, questions that can't be answered, but must be asked. And nothing about what happened Monday is normal. And we must do everything that we can to keep ourselves and one another from becoming desensitized to this pain, even if that seems like the easier choice. It's important to own this pain and remember what happened. We are familiar with tragedies like this in the abstract sense. We've heard about them, we've read about them, but it came to our community, and it could come to any community. To the 10 families, survivors, the friends who are waking up every day without their mother or father, son or daughter, sister, brother, on behalf of the state of Colorado, I express our love and condolences. The entire state of Colorado is with you. And the entire state of Colorado stands with Boulder. As Coloradans, we remember Denny Strong, Nevin Stanisik, Ricky Olds, Chalana Bartowiak, Terry Leiker, Eric Talley, Suzanne Fountain, Kevin Mahoney, Lynn Murray, and Jody Waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. And I will turn next to Colorado State Senate Majority Leader Steve Fenberg.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Thank you for having this conversation. This is something that we have all seen happen across the country. I think it became all too normal, right? And this is something so many different communities have experienced personally. And then over the last year, it feels like as nothing was normal because of this pandemic, and our world was turned upside down dozens of different times in different ways. This is something we haven't actually seen a whole lot of as a country, fortunately. The thing that makes me so angry is that it feels like as we get back to normal, as we contemplate being able to go out to a restaurant or do the normal things that we've always taken for granted, unfortunately, that coming back to normal includes seeing headlines of horrific events in the news. That's the part that makes me so angry, is that back to normal has to include that. I think we all want to get back to a level of normalcy. I also think we have an opportunity here to reset and have a difficult conversation of what normal is or what it should be and what is a healthy normal. Clearly, what happened in Atlanta and now what has happened in our community is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, at least not to any other country, right? So I guess first and foremost, obviously my thoughts, our thoughts, and condolences are with the victims and with the families and those that all of us that have been touched in one way or another by them, their roles in our community. We've all been touched in one way or another. There's just going to be a long road ahead of grief. For the families, it's going to be an impossibly long road. We have to be there to show up for them. We absolutely need to, at the same time, concurrently talk about what can be done to prevent something like this happening again, and making sure that something good comes out of this. But we need to make sure that first and foremost, our role also is to be neighbors, to continue to show love and grace and be there for the community and for the individuals that are hurting so much today and into the near future. I'm not gonna get into a lot of policy discussion. I don't think that would necessarily be appropriate. But I will say that I've talked to several of you over the last couple of days. There are going to be continued conversations about what can happen at a state level. Obviously, the court ruling around Boulder's policy is top of mind. It has to be part of the conversation. It can't end there because we know that's woefully inadequate to create a safe community. So those are conversations that are happening, and more so will happen in the forefront as a community. And I am welcoming that conversation. I am eager to be a part of that conversation in any and every way that makes sense or where I can be helpful. Representative Amabile and Representative Hooten and I just had a town hall with several others joining, and we had this conversation about what needs to happen, what can happen, what may happen at the federal level, the state level, the local level. And the answer is that there's obviously not a single solution. But that can't keep us from seeking solutions and taking those steps that will make our community safer. So what I guess I'm here to say tonight is that to implore that our community gets tighter than ever, and that our community shows up more than ever. And this is a community that does show up. As city council members, I think you guys are well aware of that. And we need to channel that as a community towards being there for our loved ones, for our community members, so we can get out of this and build something that is stronger, more beautiful, more resilient, more safe than we've ever been. But at the same time, we all need to think about how we can make sure that this is not a moment that is just another one of these moments in this country. We owe it, I think, to the victims. We owe it to everyone who's touched by it to not let this just be another moment and not let this be the return to normal. And so at the state level, what I can assure council members and the community at large is that we are eager to have those conversations. They are going to be difficult. They are going to be challenging. I can't say with any confidence that I know exactly what is going to happen. But we are going to have the conversations. Everything is going to be on the table. And I can assure you that the delegation from the city of Boulder is going to be in lockstep together to make sure that we do whatever is within our power that is the most effective, most meaningful change that we can get done to make sure that we can prevent the next tragedy from happening, including making sure that the city of Boulder has the right to go above and beyond what state regulations exist or will exist after this session. But again, I don't think that is the answer. There is no answer. There is no one solution. It has to be a continued conversation that evolves because you never get to a place where you can say, great, we passed a bill or we passed a policy and now we have solved this problem. This is something that we have to work on together over time. And many would say it's too soon to talk about any of that. And I get that. And I appreciate that. And I respect that perspective. Personally, and I said this on the Senate floor yesterday, it's obviously too late. It's not a question about, is it too soon? It is too late. And we need to do everything we can to make sure that this tragedy doesn't happen again, and that our communities, including Boulder, but every other community in Colorado, is safer because we can't let this become the return to normal. So I'll leave it there. Mayor Weaver, council members, others, my door is always open to have these conversations and to strategize and to talk about what comes next. But for now, my hearts are with this community, and I want to thank you for inviting me and having this important conversation.
Thank you so much, Senator, and much appreciated. Next, we will go to Congressman Joe Neguse, who is here with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to all the council members, Mayor Pro Tem Joseph, and to Mayor Weaver, and to all the folks who are listening in here in Boulder. I wish I was here under better circumstances to see you all, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to come by and say a few words, and grateful for you all holding this special meeting to honor the victims that our community lost on Monday night. I know I don't need to tell each of you how devastating the events of the past few days have been for our community. I would simply say to you that as I've received calls from the Speaker of the House and countless of my colleagues in the House of Representatives on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democratic members, they each one have offered their condolences to the families who lost loved ones on Monday, and have offered their thoughts and their prayers to our community. And I just hope you all know that the rest of the country is thinking of our community. And as I've talked to my colleagues, I've tried to explain to them, those who haven't been to Boulder before, that it's a small community. It's a strong community, but it's a small one. It's a close-knit community. And the loss of life is unimaginable, but in particular for a community like ours, to lose 10 fellow community members, people who were brothers and sisters, neighbors, friends, colleagues, family members, to see their lives cut short, to have such a tragedy unfold here in Boulder County and in the city of Boulder is hard to describe in words. I want to say thank you to the city of Boulder, to the mayor, to every one of you, to your staff, to the Boulder City Police, who are heroes. We all, of course, continue to mourn the service and the sacrifice of Officer Talley. We remember him, and his sacrifice, his service will never be forgotten. We mourn his passing. And I want to say thank you to Chief Harold for her strength and the way in which she and so many of the officers in the Boulder Police Department have responded to this tragedy, both during the harrowing events of Monday afternoon and in the days since. We are in their debt. I also want to say thank you to the district attorney, who has done a tremendous job as he works to pursue justice in this case. We are lucky to have such an exceptional person leading our district attorney's office here in this community. Certainly, federal resources will be available. Our office always stands ready and able and willing to help the city of Boulder to the extent that you all have needs as we respond to this tragedy. I'm grateful that so many in the community have come together and are supporting each other during this difficult time. So many mental health professionals here in our community who are helping those survivors. I also want to say thank you to our local press. Again, when I talk about Boulder County being a small community and the way in which this tragedy is impacting every facet of the city of Boulder, that includes the press that keeps us accountable and that provides readers and citizens across our region with such incredible reporting. And the Daily Camera, Mitchell Byers, all the folks who have been reporting on the terrible events in real time. We're grateful to them, as we are to the business community. And I know John Taylor is on as well from the chamber for their efforts in supporting the businesses in South Boulder. The last time I was here in front of the Boulder City Council testifying was as a citizen, not as a member of Congress. Many of you were on the council at that time. My director of community affairs, who does a tremendous job in our office, was on Boulder City Council, and she authored a measure to ban assault weapons. And I testified in support of that measure. I'm grateful to her for her leadership at that time. I'm grateful to the council for stepping up at that time. And I am so frustrated and angry that inaction at the federal level has compelled cities like our own to take such steps because federal policymakers have been incapable or unwilling to do what was required of them, which was to save lives in communities like ours. And to see what unfolded on Monday happen here in our community, and to see fellow community members lose their lives in another terrible mass shooting, it's again difficult to comprehend and so frustrating because it doesn't have to be this way. And I will simply tell you that I've always been a supporter of universal background checks, of closing the Charleston loophole, of reinstating the federal assault weapons ban. But the events of the past few days have compelled me in a way, and I know many others, in a way that would be difficult for me to describe. And I give you my promise that I will not stop as long as I have the privilege of serving this community and representing this community. I will not stop to advocate, not stop advocating for those measures that I just mentioned. And I intend to come back to this council, I hope one day soon, with the news that those measures are law. In the meantime, again, I would encourage everyone on the council, to the extent that we can be a resource, to let us know. Our door is, of course, always open. You all, I think each of you have my cell number, and certainly have Jill's as well. I hope you'll reach out to us in the coming days and weeks as we work to heal our community. And again, as we work to honor the victims of this terrible tragedy. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you, and would yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. We look forward to the day that you described as well. We would love to thank you for helping bring us all kinds of gun reform. So thank you. I'll turn next to Colorado State Representative Edie Hooten. Edie? I thought I saw her. I still see her.
She's
Edie,
muted. You're muted.
You should be able to unmute now, Edie.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. So,
council, to the extent that we can be a
oh my goodness,
let us know
where to begin?
Of course, always
So,
you all
I think each of you have my cell number.
Hang on a second, Edie. Hang on just one second.
Okay,
I hope you'll reach out to us.
I can hear Joe speaking in the background.
Community.
Yeah, that's recorded, so.
Work to honor the victims.
And I'm not quite sure how to.
Sorry, I'm looking for how to turn it off. One moment.
Thank you, Congressman. We look forward to the day that you described as well. We would love to thank you for helping bring us all kinds of gun reform. So thank you. I'll turn next to Colorado State Representative Edie Hooten. Edie?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. And I appreciate everyone on this call.
I saw her.
I
still see her.
Deeply.
Hang on.
What we have that is unmuted at the moment. Unmute now, Edie.
Thank you. So,
council to the extent that we.
Sorry, hold on a moment. I'm going to mute everyone.
Again. So,
you all, I think each of you have.
All right, so at this point, I've unmuted everyone. I've muted everyone. So interpreters and council members and Edie, please unmute as you wish.
Thank you, Brenda. We'll try again. Edie, we'd love to hear from you. The day that you described as well. We would love to thank you.
Perhaps it's a problem on my end, but I've got,
I'll turn next
I can hear Sam, just getting the last.
Yeah, Edie, I wonder if you have,
Mayor Weaver.
Edie, I wonder if you have playing in your background the live feed of the meeting. It's on a slight delay.
Very good. And in the meantime,
all right. So
at the moment,
Brenda, maybe you and I can talk offline about how to stop this. And Mayor, you can go to someone else.
Very good. We'll do that. So very good. Sorry about the technical difficulties. It's the wonder of the Zoom age. So we'll turn now to Colorado State Representative Judy Amabile. Judy?
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to come and talk tonight. And thank you all for being here. And obviously this is a terrible event and it would be nice if we had been able to come together under happier circumstance. So I don't want to repeat what other people have said. As a state legislator, I am committed to supporting gun legislation, and be that an assault weapons ban at the federal level, at the state level, or removing the state preemption so that every city, town, county in Colorado can do what they want. But I think the gold standard obviously would be to get the federal legislation passed. I want to say that we are so lucky here in Boulder and on this city council to have an incredible champion for gun rights in Council Member Rachel Friend. And she has really been a leader in this topic. And I'm going to be colluding and collaborating with her on all the gun measures that we talk about, because this has been a real passion area for her. And we're so just grateful to have her. So the other thing I want to talk about, so thank you, Rachel, is the other need that we have, which is we are not taking care of people who have serious mental illnesses. And while most people with mental illness are not violent and never commit a crime and are way more likely to be the victims of crime, those people are not getting the treatment they need either. So we've had a massive failure. Our state is one of the worst in terms of its commitment to taking care of people who have serious mental illness. And we have agreed that it's okay to simply jail people for mental illness, because that somehow is easier for us to stomach than actually putting out the resources that we need to take care of people and to treat people in hospitals and as outpatients and with compassion. And we have to change that. And that's the other thing that I am fully committed to working on. And I hope that I will have all of your support. And since I have this audience, I'm just going to shamelessly pitch this. I have been working for about a year now with city and county leaders and professionals in the mental health arena. And Councilman Brockett has joined our meetings. We have Sheriff Pelley, we have Michael Doherty, and we had John Taylor and the Boulder Chamber, and people from Mental Health Colorado, and people from Mental Health Partners, people from the county. And we are gonna put a tax on the ballot for countywide to support mental health resources in Boulder County. And I hope you'll all join me in supporting that. It's not going to be this year, it'll be in 2022. And other counties have done it and they've made really meaningful change. And the county that I think we should all be looking at is Larimer County, because they're very similar to us. And they have passed one of these measures. And we absolutely need to act on that. And this moment is a moment for us to start thinking about that. And at the State House too, we have to enact some measures that ensure people get the care they need. So thank you for letting me interject that. And I have on all these down items because I'm going to go to the vigil at the courthouse. And I hope that I'll see some of you there as well. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak to you. And thank you guys for all the work you're doing. It really is important and meaningful, and particularly right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Amabile, very much for that. With that, Edie, do you want to try one more time?
Yes, and I'm going to try with meaning one more time. So in this conversation that we're having, in this very challenging, traumatic event that just happened a little over 48 hours ago, as policymakers, you know, we are managing the incredible grief that we are feeling personally and the grief we feel for our community. And this is where I get choked up, because when I talk about Boulder and how tight-knit of a community we are and the trauma that we have just experienced, the victims, their families, the employees at King Soopers, it's just, it is going to be with us for a long time. And I think we all know that. And in this moment, to recognize that grief and that shock is where we want to be. But as policymakers and city council members included, of course, and our federal representatives and our statewide partners, we are being called to act now, do something now. And Judy and I have been in a lot of meetings in the last 36 hours about how we act responsibly and not impulsively. What can we do that's really going to make a difference, not only for Boulder, but for the state of Colorado? I mean, what happened to us on Monday, every city and town that has experienced that is being re-traumatized, which is why this is national news. It's just it's trauma that keeps happening over and over again. But we have to act responsibly and thoughtfully. So what we introduce, and we will be introducing legislation in response to this, but it has to be thoughtful. which is why we're partnering with the Gifford Foundation, with Mom to Man Action, with Everytown for Gun Safety, because they have for over a decade have been in the middle of this, and they know better than anyone else what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be done. And so we will partner with them, and that will include Mental Health Colorado and all of our mental health partners, because as Judy, as we all know on this call, who is a leader in addressing the mental health crisis that we have exacerbated by COVID, we can do it. It's going to be a combination of sensible gun laws and mental health funding, and making sure that those funds are directed where they need to go, where they make the greatest impact. So what I just want to communicate to everyone tonight is that we are Boulderites. We feel the pain. We take moments, you know, when a reporter calls us and, oh my God, Judy, how many calls have we been on? Steve, around the world, reporters want to hear from us. And when you talk about your community and the people in your community, it's really hard because the emotions are right here. It's so hard to keep it together. But you have to, and we want to. We do it for our community. But when we talk about action we're going to take, we can get real clear and real calm real fast. We have partners that we can work with. We have a state administration. We have a federal administration. We have local. We have Boulder County. We are so fortunate to be working in concert with each other and not in conflict with each other. And so Judy, I'll see Judy at the vigil. It's a time for grieving, remembering, mourning, and also a time for action. And I just am thank you, Sam, for inviting us to join City Council. And I really appreciate the work that City Council does. And we were on a town hall just, 15 minutes ago where Sam gave a very meaningful, heartfelt recognition to the staff that supports Boulder City Council and the staffs that support the first responders, that support King Soopers, that support our, those who respond on the front lines to COVID. And I really appreciate that recognition, Sam, that you made, because that just amplifies how we are all in this together. So I just thank you for the opportunity to speak to Boulder, and it's just such an incredible honor to serve you, always, but especially now.
Thank you, Representative Hooton, very much. We will turn next to Dr. George Iolopoulos, but we need to do a technical reset on some interpretation channels briefly. So I'll turn to Brenda to walk us through that.
Our apologies for technical difficulties during this meeting, everyone. We are going to need to turn off interpretation momentarily and then turn it back on. So at that time, so you'll see your language that you've chosen disappear. You'll see the globe icon return, and then you'll need to choose your language again. We appreciate your patience while we try this, and it will solve the problems we are having. So I'm turning off interpretation now. Maybe.
Sključujem prevod možda.
Okay. Great, and now
U redu.
I'm add interpretation again.
Sada ću da dodam prevod.
Thank you. I want to be sure I have all of our interpreters on the list because that is the problem we were having earlier.
Moram da vidim da su svi prevodioci tu.
Okay, we are added. All right, we should be able to begin again in just a moment. You should be able to choose your language again now. Please, again, if your language is English, we default to English, but we prefer you have chosen that language so you can hear anything that might be interpreted that way as well. Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you, Brenda. And with that, we are now going to focus a couple of next speakers on support for our community's mental health as we walk through the fire of the events that have happened. So we'll turn to Dr. George Iolopoulos. He's the Chief Medical Officer with Mental Health Partners here in Boulder. Dr. Iolopoulos, you're on mute. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Weaver, and nobody ever gets my name right, so they call me Dr. E. Thank you for inviting Mental Health Partners this evening on this incredibly sad and solemn occasion. You know, this is, we are your community mental health center in our community, and like all of you, we're affected by what's going on. We send our condolences to the 10 families. And also, I'm hearing stories about Mental Health Partners' relationship with the police officer, Officer Talley, who was often at our crisis center with our citizens that needed help and distinguished himself with his compassion. And I'm sure we're going to hear many other stories about the other people who passed during this horrible thing that happened. A lot of people, the governor, the reverend, the rabbi, Representative Nagus, others have already said a lot of some of what I wanted to say about healing. You know, we 2 days ago, we saw the worst of mankind. We saw the worst thing happen. And already we're starting to see the best of mankind emerge, which is often what happens in circumstances like this. One way that we're going to start healing, and we've already done this, is making space to come together as a community and making space to talk about what's going on, giving ourselves room to be sad, to be scared, to be confused, and to be angry. And that's a little bit of what's going on tonight and will continue to go on. So we're doing it in the context of this meeting, but we're all going to leave this meeting and go home, and we may need to be doing some more of that day to day for a while. And I also agree with the comments that this is going to go on for some time. It's going to reemerge when there's more news about this, when there's trials, when there's other shootings in the nation. We unfortunately have become a community that joins a rather terrible club. Another thing about what's going on, which is real interesting, and this healing, this larger community concept. There's a playbook for this. We're not the first that have been through this, and outside organizations, other mental health centers are reaching out to us and helping guide us about how we can best serve the community. And I bet you similar things are happening in all of our different roles for all of us on the screen. And this is also really big. It's bigger than the resources that we have at MHP. But what we're doing is we're compiling these resources, and sometimes we're acting like an air traffic controller, where we're bringing somebody in from here and connecting them to that organization over there who's asking that their employees at their organization get some help, as an example. So if you feel that your organization needs support, contact us. If you are aware of some mental health resources that you can that you want to donate, give, help out, contact us, and we'll help find a place for that to occur. And then individually, reach out. That's going to be real important. Self-care, by the way, right now is very important. It's if you were, whatever you do for self-care, walk, exercise, pray, meditate, now is a real important time to continue doing that. And if you were thinking about doing it, now's a great time to start doing that, even though you may not even feel like doing that right now. On the screen are some of our services that are the contact numbers for our services. And you'll see the 184, let's see, I have to move my head so I can say the number, the 1-844-493-TALK number. That's the state crisis line, or you can text TALK to 38255. You can call our main number, which is 303-443-8500, if you have questions or you're seeking services. If you have any other communication regarding things that you might want from the mental health center, or things that you might want to direct towards the mental health center, hey, we have resources that we could probably help your community to heal. Contact us. On our website are some contact people, but there's really not a wrong front door. Go in any door and we'll get the information to the right place. I think those are, the other thing, and I don't have it right here, but it'll be on our website. We have a 24/7 crisis center over on Airport Road off of Valmont. And so you're welcome to go over there at any time. The one last thing I want to say is I talked about reaching out, but if you're concerned about somebody in your orbit that might seem to be withdrawn, having a difficult time with this, reach out to them, and you can also contact us and ask, hey, what could we do for that? We have a couple community outreach lectures given by our trauma expert, Dr. Janine Dannenbell, and that information will be on the website. But in the next 2 days, she's giving a lecture, or she's giving a presentation entitled "Making It Through Together: Coping with the Aftermath of Trauma," and it'll be tomorrow from 5:30 to 6:15, and on March 26, 12 to 12:45. And I think there'll be some questions and answers later. So thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Dr. E, that is much appreciated. Thank you for being here tonight. With that, we'll turn next to recording. Another community which has suffered from the same kind of trauma that Boulder has just experienced is El Paso, Texas. And a judge from El Paso reached out to us shortly after the events of Monday and offered to give us his thoughts on how his community coped and what they learned. So with that, if we could queue up and play the address from Judge Ricardo Samaniego, please.
For the sake of your valuable time, I would like to read a prepared statement. Good evening, Mayor Weaver, city representatives, and community of Boulder, Colorado. I can sincerely say to all of you that the following heartfelt thoughts and condolences are truly on behalf of the entire El Paso community. We are now your brothers and sisters, united by a similar situation on August 3rd, where we lost 23 souls from our community. We might be ahead of this imminent and difficult healing journey, yet the challenges in the bereavement process continues for us as well. Today is Red Cross National Giving Day, and we would love to offer our support and our commitment to be available to help in any possible way. I remember when we experienced our tragedy, community leaders from Santa Fe, Texas reached out to me because of their own tragic experience at their local high school. It was so surreal as they told me to get prepared to help the next community who would get hurt by a similar misfortune. Within 30 days, Midland experienced a mass shooting. I can honestly tell you that our community was not ready to reach out as we are today. I am confident that through resiliency and unity, someday this leadership and your community will be ready to help other communities. United Web El Paso County created a Victims Resiliency Center that has been assisting the victims and their families throughout the entire process. They have offered to share their learning experiences and their best practices to deal with your devastating event. On August 3rd, 2021, we will be unveiling a community healing garden that initiated a week after the August 3rd tragedy. 1 month prior, we will be initiating a Unity and Healing Month in El Paso County. Only in unity can we bring out the best in humanity and overcome the hatred in our society that led to these terrible acts. We would be honored to have you visit us if you'd like to learn from our journey so that we can help with your healing process. We encourage you to find a place in your own community that brings back a sense of peace and fond memories to honor the loved ones you lost, as we did here in El Paso. Identifying that special place will not only bring the community closer together, but will start you on the road to acceptance and recovery. We immediately became known as El Paso Strong. The warm embrace of our community provided the families of the victims a sense of hope and encouragement that we were in this together. Today is the second anniversary of Deputy Pete Herrera, who was senselessly killed here in El Paso. So we have a profound understanding of the loss of Officer Eric Talley. Our heart goes out to his entire family. Like Deputy Herrera, Officer Talley truly was a hero. Now I'd like to read a few statements from our community leaders here in El Paso. Our Mayor, Leeser, our prayers are with you as you deal with the effects of the senseless act of violence. You now begin the difficult process of trying to understand the nature of what happened and mourn the loss of your beloved community members. We stand in solidarity and support that we will always encourage empathy, kindness in our communities. Pete Ferroni, President of the El Paso County Sheriff's Officer Association. On behalf of the El Paso County Sheriff's Officers Association, we are deeply saddened by the tragedy that took place in Boulder, Colorado. Thank you, Officer Eric Talley, for your service. We pray for peace, comfort, and justice for all of the victims and their families. Our hearts hurt with you. Deborah Zuluaga, CEO of United Way. The El Paso United Family Resiliency Center understands and is here to support and assist the Boulder community as you navigate this difficult time. Like El Paso, the community of Boulder is resilient. You are not alone, Boulder, Colorado. El Paso stands beside you.
Thanks so much for that, Judge, and sorry for the delay. Bringing back up who we have next. Next, we have remarks from faith leaders in our community. And so we would like to go next to Tracy Smith of the Islamic Center of Boulder.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. As citizens of the Boulder community, members of ICB do not want to take the spotlight off of the 10 victims who lost their lives on March 22nd. They were mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, friends, employees, and beautiful people who did not deserve the horror and suffering they endured on that terrible day. Everyone deserves the right to safely live their lives and without fear. Our hearts are heavy and full of compassion and sorrow for the victims, those who love them, and for all those who experience trauma and violence. The sad reality is, right now, within the Muslim community, there is fear, stress, and anxiety because of the very name of a killer. We just want to check in with our Boulder neighbors and tell you to be mindful of your Muslim friends. I have spoken to some who are afraid to leave the house, others who are changing up the paths of their daily walks, women who are fearful of wearing their hijabs in public, and men with beards who feel they're going to be targeted. Because of an increased threat of backlash, ICB has temporarily suspended our daily prayers. The person who murdered 10 people at King Soopers in Boulder does not represent the Muslim community. He doesn't represent Islam. He just happens to have a Muslim name. It is important to remember not to stigmatize an entire group of people. Islam teaches us to live our best lives. Muslims just want to live in harmony in their communities. If anyone would like to ask questions about Muslim life or about Islam, I invite them to contact the Islamic Center of Boulder. We are always available. That being said, the outpouring of love and support that we have received over the last day or couple of days has been overwhelming. All this kindness is coming from a community that's already grieving the loss of their own sweet neighbors. And Boulderites still have space in their hearts for the extra comfort and generosity for the Muslim community. We would like to wholeheartedly thank Boulder for this kindness. We're so grateful. Thank you, Boulder, for showing up. But this is not about us. We are all residents of the city of Boulder, and we feel the great pain and sadness that runs throughout the entire Boulder community. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our Boulder neighbors in grief and solidarity. Boulder Police Officer Eric Talley will be remembered for his sacrifice. We will never forget the victims of this terrible tragedy. If ICB can help fill a gap or support in any way, please, please reach out to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That's much appreciated. Next, we'll go to Reverend Nicole LaMarche from the Community United Church of Christ.
Good evening. Thank you so much for creating this space. We are based at the corner of Table Mesa and Lehigh in South Boulder. And I regret that we're convening for such a reason tonight, but I give thanks that this year has taught us how to come together creatively across a wide geography, defying many previous limitations. So thank you for holding this space. I find that I've been at the vigils and here tonight with sorrow and sadness, grief and groans, but also in a spirit of confession. That King Supers, those people, this place, you are my people. And I find myself asking if I could have done more to protect them, to protect us, the employees, the shoppers, the first responders. Officer Eric Talley showed up on my doorstep this past June when our congregation and community became the victim of a hate crime that left us reeling. He responded quickly and kindly. I'm angry and deeply mourning that he is gone, for him, for his family, for his 7 children, and for all of us. What could I have done? What could we have done to make it that they were all still here? I also confess that I have lived with this mythology that many of us say of the Boulder bubble, that we are somehow separate from the sickness of the American culture. Our family came here just for that bubble, the commitment to public schools, the arts, bike paths, a love of open space, a love of justice. And now I am reminded that that was an illusion. We are America too. And if that can happen in our paradise, there is nowhere we can hide from this. I confess and lament for the ways that I was complacent because of a false idea of this sense of privilege. Among our squares tonight, I imagine we have sadness, shock, grief, anger, confusion, questions, and more. And like others have said, I hope we can have space for one another to let ourselves feel whatever we need to feel over the days, weeks, months, and even years ahead. I know I feel a loss of the people and also the place. It is something like a community center for those of us who call this neighborhood home and for those who seek it out. And as we channel our emotions, I also find myself wondering if this year has prepared us for exactly what we need to do next. Because this year we learned to put our energy, our science, our spiritual and material resources, our attention, our connections, our prayer, and our political will toward changing and changing fast, toward pivoting, innovating in order to save us all. And we can do that for this too. I encourage us to hold ourselves accountable, to keep pushing, to showing up with our bodies, our hearts, and our prayers, to let this wound be a window to another world. I have learned that sometimes windows close, so we must push and pray now. May each of you who mourn tonight be comforted. May all who fear know peace. May all who feel trauma find space to transform it. May our God of love be with you, and may hope find you, whoever you are and wherever you are.
Thank you, Reverend LaMarche. And I will call now on Pastor Randy Spalding of the Boulder Mennonite Church.
Thank you for inviting me to this gathering and for including faith communities in our larger response to this horrible moment. Boulder Mennonite Church is just steps away from the Table Mesa King Soopers on the corner of Broadway and Table Mesa, and we're feeling the suffering and pain of our community. And for those of us who haven't really directly experienced this senseless act of violence, we cannot completely know the pain of loved ones and friends and family who have been directly affected, but still we are all hurting. And for many of us, our faith is what gives us a rock to stand on and enables us to name that deep pain. And it also enables us to respond to it with compassion and love and care, and with actions that promote healing and hope. Our Mennonite community is open to anyone in these days ahead, of any faith or no faith, who just need a quiet space to come in and meditate and pray or to talk. Our faith calls us to action as well, to condemn the violence and killing, and to work, as we all want to, toward a world where people struggling mentally or physically or spiritually may get the help they need, and where weapons made for killing will one day be made into gardening tools so that they may never be used again against human beings or any creature. Most of all, it's important for people to know that our faith communities are here to offer compassion and care, to listen and to walk beside our Boulder community in our grief, our anger, our frustration, and our sorrow. We know that the Boulder community is a resilient community. And together with you, city and county leaders, and with first responders and faith communities, we're going to make our way forward. And we'll do it together. I wish you all healing and peace in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Spalding. We will turn next to our community for input, and we'll begin with Madeline Strong Woodley of the Boulder NAACP.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me. To Mayor Weaver, our City Council, the Boulder City Council. I'd also like to acknowledge my mayor, Longmont Mayor Brian Bagley, as well as Speaker Pro Tem Joni Joseph. And I also represent, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder Police Oversight Task Force initially, then implementation team, and now we have in Boulder, a Boulder Police Oversight Panel. A project that we undertook, and with the outstanding contributions of an amazing group of folk, we did within 2 years what typically has taken some up to 5 and even more years to make that happen. So that we're very grateful to have been allowed to have been requested and allowed to come together and work. I am going to ask forgiveness if I leave anybody's name off. I'd like you to, if you could refer to last Tuesday's council meeting minutes. There was a declaration read into the minutes and all of the names of the persons that participated in that. But in the meantime, I'd like to honor participants Todd Conklin Jr., our own Sean Ray, our Dr. Michelle Simpson, Dr. Sheila Davis, Dr. Attorney Mike Rafiq, and Dr. James Hill. We were under the guidance and direction, very capable of facilitation of Dr. Carolyn Love, Pam Davis, Joey Lapari, and City Manager Amy Kane. As I said, forgive me if I have left anyone out. I'd like to also acknowledge Police Chief Maris Harold for the work she's done, and she was hired within the time that we came together, and we supported that effort as well. The Boulder County NAACP asked if I would represent that organization, and as a lifetime member of the Memphis branch, first of all, and now the Boulder County branch, who we are now approximately 3+ years old, and we're 700+ members strong. So if you don't know who we are, you don't know the work we're doing, you don't know our mission and our vision, please take the time to look us up and join us in the work that we're doing. Now, needless to say, the world mourns with us. The world is mourning with us. And personally, at the point that I was reaching out to very special Asian friends for what happened in Atlanta 2 weeks ago, and that tragedy happened, to have this come this close to home and this level of tragedy was overwhelming and is still overwhelming. I'm asking that, well, first of all, I'd like to point out a couple of things. One is the necessity, the absolute necessity for us to stand with our police force and with our city leaders, especially now. If you think about it, we're trained and taught to go in the opposite direction of trouble. But these brave people are trained and have accepted the call to go into trouble to protect us. For that, Officer Eric Talley answered that call and gave his life for that. To his wife and those 7 children, I know the days are dark. I know they have to be now. And maybe you don't see your way, but there's still grace because you have the grace of each other. And so now I urge you and encourage you to lean on each other with all you got, with all the love this life allows. We feel for you. We are with you. We are all working in our own ways to make sure that we can support and provide the support that we are able to give you. We ask that you reach back out to us for any needs that you're having that we're not meeting. We're here, our hearts are heavy, our minds and our bodies are willing. And we want you to know that if, unlike you've ever known it before, if you ever needed to lean, embrace the safety of being able to lean now because we're here. We're here for you. I'd also ask that we encourage and stand for the family of the shooter. We don't know what they're going through, but we know they didn't plan on this. And so that kind of support is necessary as well for the family. And the rest, I think it will take the course that that is laid out and that it should. I want to encourage our legislative team. That includes, and again, forgive me if I don't want to call the names because I may miss someone, and that's not my heart. I would like to, I've been watching Representative Nagus lately and praying and keeping him uplifted, as well as our governor. These are some perilous times, folks. And if there's ever been a time that we need to stand, now is that time. I also urge us all to create our own calls to action and make sure that those calls are actionable. Do something that's going to help somebody, that's going to encourage somebody, and that's going to keep this alive. We must not let tomorrow come and the sting that we felt Monday when this first happened and it continued to sting, we must not let that fade. This is a horrific tragedy and it stings deeply. And so I encourage everyone, don't let the sting fade. Keep the sting stinging, because it's through that we will get the change that we so desperately need. Again, I represent our Boulder County branch, your Boulder County branch, NAACP, specifically the Boulder Police Oversight Task Force Implementation Team, the greatest team on earth. And then lastly, on behalf of my pastor, Senior Pastor James Ray, pastor of Second Baptist Church, Boulder, 5300 Baseline Road, Boulder, Colorado, 80303. We welcome you to join us with the work that we're doing in support of this and in coming up with ways that can serve to be preventive. In closing, I'm asking everyone again within the sound of my voice to reach out to your networks and join us, standing in solidarity to keep the sting stinging. I thank you for having me. Manager Amy Kane, I appreciate you inviting me, and thank you everyone within the sound of my voice. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Woodley. Much appreciated. With that, we will next go to Amy Nelson.
Thank you for having me here today. As I prepared to speak here today, had a loss of words, and I'm grieving, and I text friends and asked, how do I do this without crying? And they told me I don't. That my love for my community and then my love for my students, that today I get to show up as my authentic self in my community. So that's what I'm gonna do, which means I'm probably gonna go over 2 minutes because I'm gonna have to pause and let the tears flow. But know that these tears are the love that I have for this community and the pain that I feel, that I know that we're all feeling. I'm going to try to read, because it's the only way I know to get through this. I've been at a loss of words since Monday when my 17-year-old daughter told me there was an active shooter at the King Supers near Fairview, where I worked for 4 years, a school that I still serve in my current role. My mind immediately went to Denny Stong. Denny was my student for 3 years. It was December of his senior year, after weeks of helping him complete applications, that colleagues and I celebrated him being offered a position at King Supers, where he worked until Monday. I wish I could describe to you how excited he was to share the good news, to join that role, to be that role in the community. There's so many memories like this one I've tried desperately to bring to the surface ever since. Many colleagues and former students have reached out and shared photographs and memories amongst their condolences. Some make me laugh, some make me smile, most fill my eyes with tears. I've thought about the Santa hat Denny wore every day of December, every year that I taught him. The speaker he'd carry down the halls during passing periods and drive everyone crazy with his old soul or holiday music. I thought about how honored he was and how he always kept me on my toes. I thought about my colleagues who described their favorite part of going to the local store was running into Denny. I thought about how much he loved to tease me, but if you know me, you know I teased him right back. Most people in Boulder are impressed by my sneaker game. Denny questioned my choice in footwear and would laugh hysterically at my white J's or Forces and ask why would anyone buy white shoes. Then there's my first day as a teacher at Fairview High School. I gave the typical first day of school speech. I told the students how committed I was to being an educator, how it was going to be a great year, how much I cared about each one of them. Denny had the audacity to challenge me. He cut me off and told me I was going to have to prove it to him. But during our celebration on his last day of high school, I'm sorry. As we laughed, cried, and joked about all the memories we'd made during those years, I reminded him of the first day we met. We laughed when I told him he'd ruined my speech, and he laughed and said, well, it worked. You earned my trust and respect. On Monday night, I tweeted, I'm literally terrified to learn the other 9 names. My friend and colleague called me Tuesday morning to tell me the news. Denny was one of the names. She told me exactly what I was terrified to hear. Everything after that was a blur. The emotions were too big. I should add that I just attended 2 student funerals from a car accident just over 2 months ago, and I'm still grieving those losses. This felt and still feels like too much. But in her own grief, my friend knew I needed support. She immediately made calls, and colleagues and former colleagues, all vaccinated, rushed to be with me. I received more phone calls and messages than I can count. Friends came to just sit with me. Others brought food to encourage me to eat or care packages for my swollen eyes. I share this for a reason, because as I think about Boulder's collective healing, I encourage you to think about all members of our community. I know others are grieving in the same ways that I am, whether personally connected to the lives lost during this senseless act of violence on Monday. The entire community is grieving. We must hold space to grieve for ourselves and for each other. We must care for the families that are most directly impacted, but we also must think about how we collectively care for each other. Denny Stong. It's not lost on me that many are using the hashtag Boulder Strong, and Denny's last name was originally misspelled as Strong. Since names were announced, we've heard witnesses speak to Denny's heroic efforts. There's not a doubt in my mind that these accounts are true. A friend who also cares deeply about Denny texts me and asks, why would he run to instead of away from the gunshots, Amy? While I may wish the same, I know that's not Denny's character. Denny died a hero. Thank you for saying his name. Thank you for remembering him as the hero he was. Denny was feisty, but he cared deeply and had a soft heart underneath that tough exterior. Boulder is Denny, strong, but only if we collectively care for each other and our community in the ways that Denny clearly did. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Next, we are checking on whether Tina Marquise is here, but we'll move now to Herman Zuckerman as we bring TM in. Herman?
Thanks, Sam. First of all, I'd like to thank City Council for holding this special meeting to help our community cope with what happened on Monday at the Table Mesa King Supers. And I want to recognize you, Mayor Sam, for the way you've represented our city, and you've been called to speak on this tragedy by so many local, national, and even international news agencies. I attended an online vigil last night, which was put on by Boulder's rabbinical community. And one thing I heard really stuck with me, and I'll share it. It was said by Rabbi Fred Green of Congregation Har Hashem. Rabbi Green spoke of the way people in the face of tragedy tend to ask, how could God have let this happen? He acknowledged that this is natural, but that he believed that in moments like ours, God is simply grieving along with all of us. The message I took from this is that tragedies, like accidents, happen, And when they do, we have to collectively grieve and do so with the intention of coming closer together as a community. Like so many of you, the Table Mesa King Soopers for me is my market. Besides my home and office, it's the place I visited the most in all of Boulder. As an avid cook and someone who once worked as a stock boy in a market, I find the American supermarket to be a world of wonders, and I appreciate what it takes to keep one running. Since COVID, I have rarely let the opportunity pass to tell staff at King Soopers how much I appreciate the skill and the courage that they've gifted us with just by doing their jobs. I have called them heroes. And now these workers and our neighbors, which is really one community together, our community has been visited by a terrible event and suffered an unspeakable loss. Let us grieve together with the intention of coming closer together. Let us hold each other and let us fully feel our loss to make room for the long road of healing that stretches in front of us.
Thank you so much, Herman. Next, we will turn to Tina Marquise. She's the president of the Boulder Valley School District Board of Education. Tina.
Hi, thank you for organizing this event and inviting me to participate. At the Boulder Valley School District, we are so saddened by this tragic event, and we're even more disappointed that gun violence and the fear of gun violence is a part of our students' everyday lives, now more than ever. In response to the event, the Boulder Valley School District has activated its trauma support teams and is helping to provide resources to help our families and our staff and our community talk about this event with their children. You can find them on bvsd.org. We understand how much our families are going through, and particularly the families in South Boulder. We know that we're going to need time to think about these events. We know that parents and students and staff will have questions in the coming weeks and months. And as a district, we'll be creating this space to have those conversations, especially as we return to in-person learning in the next week. Again, we send our condolences to the families, and we are so deeply saddened by what's happened in our community, and we're here to help. Please reach out to the district if you need a partner and resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Next, we'll hear from Pierce Lembitz, who is a fifth grader at Bixley.
Thank you for hearing my words. I'm Pierce Lembitz, and I'm a fifth grader at Bixby School in South Boulder. I am outraged by the mass shooting in my grocery store. It should not have happened, and I am very sad for the victims' families. The victims could have been any one of us, even my mom, who does her grocery shopping before she picks me up from school at 3:15. The person who did this should never have done it and should never have had a gun. How many people have to die before we understand this? I am grateful for the people and the police officers who stopped this, especially Eric Talley, who gave his life. We will never recover from this until we know it will never happen again. I'm 11 years old, and I think everyone should do their best to fix this. It is unimaginable how the victims' families are feeling, and no one should ever have to go through something as tragic as this. Please keep us safe in the future.
Thank you, Pierce. Let's see. Next, we will call on Soraya Latif.
Bixby, thank you so much. Your words and your presence have so much power. I really appreciate hearing from you. Hi, everyone. I invite you all to just take a moment to take a deep breath in And take a deep exhale out. And just acknowledge that your breath is there and that you are alive at this moment with all of its grief and its immensity, that you are here breathing. I am an Asian, Black, Indigenous immigrant woman. I have an Islamic name. I grew up in Muslim households, and I'm in a healing and inherently political body, and in a body that has truthfully rarely felt safe in this country, including while living in Boulder. I'm a CU Boulder alum, and I co-lead a youth-led civic engagement program called Public Achievement in Boulder, working with 200 middle and high school youth and 60 CU students. The shooting for our students followed a super spreader riot on the University Hill, a mass shooting just last week in Atlanta, and a semester in a pandemic without any break. The university has asked us to continue to hold classes, asked students to still show up following this. We're going without rest and without time to process, and we're working really hard to hold space with what feels like not much institutional support. This is the true experience of many of our students. Heroes of this moment are students who are leading Boulder Valley's mutual aid work, who got groceries to those experiencing trauma in the last 48 hours after Monday, and the healers and educators who have centered community care in the midst of a pandemic and multiple mass shootings. I also really value the stories and the commitments shared here today by our leaders and community members on this call. And I guarantee you that my students are going to continue to hold all of us here accountable to what we're promising. For years, my students have organized on the urgency of addressing gun violence in our country so that its horrors did not arrive here in our community, knowing fully well that it could. My students and I often remind ourselves that we are the ones we've been waiting for because nobody else is going to rescue us. Young people every day have to tell themselves this at this moment, and this remains our story of now. 3 years ago, students at Fairview High School, one of them my sister, just over a mile away from the King Soopers, organized a walkout around gun violence in our country. And today when I was speaking with her, she said if this shooting had happened on a school day pre-COVID-19, that store would have been filled with high school students hanging out. I sat recalling Sandy Hook, Columbine. We are not immune. I sat thinking of Trayvon Martin and Breonna Taylor. I am not immune. We have talk of returning to normal following vaccines, but we know that trauma leads to overproduction of stress and stress hormones that when activated, do not allow us to return to normal for long periods of time. My AAPI students and their loved ones have expressed not wanting to leave their houses for the last few weeks. And now what does it mean to wake up in this country following what happened last week and on Monday? How do we heal when moments feel so compounded, when these issues feel so pervasive? And what do we each do with that precious breath that we got to wake up today and hold? I invite you to ask yourself, and I ask myself this daily, am I in a daily practice of witnessing who is not represented in any spaces I work in, whose breath is no longer with us, whose rights to freedom or dignity might we be actively contributing to reducing through our choices? Ask what is needed for every identity and body to feel safe. Have we each questioned how that safety might look and mean different things from our own safety? This is one of the most pervasive issues, gun violence, of my generation. And still nothing prepares you for the hours you try spending to hear back from if your students and your colleagues and your best friends are okay and safe and alive. And to see if there's a name on a list you might recognize, and then attempt to process all of the moving parts of how we got here. To all the families and community of those who are lost, I'm so sorry, and I love you. This has been regarded as a once-in-a-lifetime shooting in Boulder, yet we know gun violence has taken so many lives in this country. We're living through what many would call a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, yet we know that inaccess to healthcare and resources, racism and caste kills people across our country and our world daily without there being a COVID-19. We know this, and we don't heal by viewing our wounds as isolated and insulated. We heal by learning, holding, and acting on behalf of how the issues and lack of previous action connect and perpetuate systems and a culture that can reinforce harm rather than prevent it, rather than treating each other as a community. May we not wait to be in community only after tragedy, but may we practice community every single day. I told my students in a healing circle this morning, don't let this slip. and move past us. Like Madeline was saying earlier, keep the sting stinging. Violence shouldn't have to arrive at our door for us to care, but sadly it did. Let us commit each of our breaths to hold space for our community, to build resources for free therapy, to not define freedom as free for only one kind of person. May we push institutions to allow room for being human in an unimaginable moment of overlapping inequity, and give us time for self-care and community care. May we not separate our healing from our politics, and may we always believe that where there is community and where there are people, there is healing to be found. And may we not perpetuate any further pulling away from one another, but show solidarity to our Islamic community, our neurodivergent communities. May we remember that these were whole lives lost, and that we have a duty to protect each other and walk home together safely. May we commit, and I mean please deeply commit, our breath to imagine a world and thus a community such as this that is unlike the current status quo, and to not stop the work at what others won't allow when it means safer communities for all of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Soraya. Next, we will go to Christine Shen, who is a new member of the Human Relations Commission. Christine.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver, and thank you to City Council for inviting me to speak tonight. 1 week and 1 day ago, you appointed me to the Human Relations Commission. And as I was watching City Council proceedings on my television, I also had my laptop open and was reading the news about what was happening in Atlanta, which was 8 days ago today. As the news unfolded, I learned that of the 8 people who were killed, 6 of them were Asian women, 3 of them were over the age of 60. On Monday, I went to my parents' home to speak with them about rising anti-Asian violence and to ask them to please take care when they went to the grocery store. A couple of hours later, I saw the news that at my own grocery store, less than a mile away from my home, there was a gunman on the loose. I come here today as a member of the community, as a 2-time member of the Boulder community. I grew up here in the 80s, and my grandmother lived on Darley, just a couple of blocks from the Table Mesa King Supers. She used to go to ESL classes at the Paddock Center, which is now Community Montessori. And she would take me to King Supers, and I would ride the mechanical horse for a penny. And I would get my free cookie from the bakery. When I moved back to Boulder 2.5 years ago, I came to give my children the community that I had experienced here growing up. And I chose to move to Table Mesa because I knew that community. And during this pandemic, as with most everyone else in the neighborhood, it's pretty much been the only place I've spent any time with any regularity besides the walls of my own home. My kids rode the penny horse before they had to put it away when COVID broke out. They get free cookies from the bakery. Just last Saturday, I stepped in to buy a balloon for a 5-year-old neighbor. And the young man who was at the registry waited extremely patiently while I took an eternity to decide whether I wanted to get a gold balloon or a silver balloon. On a regular basis, Terry bagged my groceries. Yesterday, I decided to walk to King Supers to bring some flowers and pay my respects. And on my walk there, I ran into a neighbor who was outside, who is an elderly Asian man who's lived in the community for decades. And we spoke. And we spoke about what happened on Monday. And we also spoke about the rising violence against Asians, and we spoke about Atlanta. And he said to me, even though he's been in this country probably about 50 years, like my parents, he said to me that he's afraid to go out. He said to me he's afraid to be seen in public with other elderly Asians because it's become too dangerous. I bring all these threads together because we are all members of multiple communities. All of us here are members of the Boulder community. Some of us are Asian American, others are Black, others are developmentally disabled, like the many employees of King Soopers in Table Mesa. Others have purple hair. For some reason, so many of the employees at King Soopers dyed their hair blue and purple, and it brought me such joy every time I went, and I hope it will again when I go again. We're all members of many different communities, and we're also all facing many pandemics and many epidemics. We have a global health pandemic right now. We have an epidemic of racism. We have an epidemic of gun violence. As our community moves on and tries to heal, I hope that we can all recognize that we all come from many different communities, that we can hold space for each other, that we can listen, that we can be there for each other, and we can all learn to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, we'll call on Lojo Hamoy Loko no Bai. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Lojo Hamoy is Director of Public Relations for the Haula Community Organization. Lojo Hamoy.
Thank you so much, Mayor Webb, for giving me opportunity. I'll first of all saying that it's a grateful for me to be here, especially the City of Boulder Council to invite me. And I would like to send my condolences to the community who have lost their life in timely manner, and it is the community of Boulder who endure the grief, who are horrified and who are terrified. So, me as a Boulder resident, I do go to King Super to do shopping. I take my kids at the King Super, the very King Super. My kids are picking whatever they want. Ice cream, whatever they want. I go shopping on Sunday in the same King Super. Now I'm so horrified. My kids are terrible and I feel unsafe. I'm working here in Boulder School District. I'm worried of the kids. Next week, they are coming back to school. Every day, we attend the security meeting on how to keep the school, the kids, innocent kids in the school safe. So it's very unfortunate situation. Our residents of Boulder right now, especially African Americans, every day we are hearing gun violence, kill. So we are scared. When we had that thing on Monday, I called my wife. I was at the school. I was asking where are the kids and where are the members. We are calling every members where they are to make sure that we are safe, because the news of gun violence and racism is really terrifying our community, especially African Americans. We are here in Boulder County for the last 15 years, and we never given an opportunity to air our grievances. Monday shooting is just so terrifying, and we're scared to go. Yesterday, I went to the King Super to shop for my kids because my kid could not be in the house without food, without meal. I have to go. Every one of us in the King Super, we are not looking at each other on eyes because we're scared. I'm happy that our governor, our representatives, they were able to attend these special meetings of our community to share the sorrows and the love and prayers to the family, especially the policemen who have paid ultimate price to keep us safe, to keep my family safe, my kids, and Boulder residents, the schools. I hope it is time that we engage ourselves, especially community policing leadership, structure, and to work with the law enforcement so that we identify situations and make the techniques that will help us to solve problems within the families, within the community, within our youth. Inclusive leadership, where we can engage ourselves and dialogue among ourselves, because we are the community each and every day. Asian American, Indians, Black, every day stories, killing, racism. I hope we will open inclusive leadership, engagement, dialogue, network, information sharing, so that such barbaric acts within our community should not be existing. Let's work together. We need equitable community social work and social gathering to discuss and engage ourselves in areas where we see there is a loopholes. So as a director of public relations within Howler here in Boulder, so we are looking forward to work together with the community of Boulder, councils, and mayor to make sure that we engage our community, our students, because there is a lot of mental issues going on. We have pandemic, economic issues. These were the avenues of situation of such like Monday arising. We need to make sure that we treat those things because we're engaging each other. Because I'm still now at the workplace right now, as the dark is getting in, I'm scared too, because I don't know who is behind me, who is next to me, because I have to go and see my kids. I have to go. So let's work together, join with our law enforcement, work together, let's help them to make sure that we share information. Whatever the situation that you are in, share the information with the Boulder City Council. Mental health is growing. So I'm very highly welcome to any support, whatever we can do to discuss and engage our community, our kids, to teach our kids to love. And let's stand with the family who have lost their loved ones. Let's pray with them. Whatever the resource that we have here in our Boulder community, with the African community, we are able to extend and to work together in solidarity to make sure that we achieve what we want, to make this community safe and better and friendly. Thank you so much, Mayor, for inviting me, and I appreciate to work with you, whatever way you wanted our community to engage in. Thank you so much, I appreciate, and Boulder City Council, thank you so much, I appreciate.
Thank you, Lohomoy. Next, we have Jeff Cahoon from the Boulder Area Labor Council of the AFL-CIO.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Thank you, City Council, for holding this meeting. I have to start by observing the fact that of the 10 victims, 4 were union members. 3 from King Supers, and of course our brother, Officer Tully. That it's painful to observe. But as a leader of an organization that's more than 140 years old, basically is a successor to the Louisville Labor Council, founded in the 1860s. We've observed a lot of pain and suffering and massacres. And let's recognize that for what it is. It was a massacre. Generally because we were fighting for workers' rights. And all of these workers and working people and the small business people that were slaughtered senselessly at King Supers remind us of how we handle this in the history of labor. And the way we do it is really quite basic, is we recognize we have to address issues, and we fight and we lose, and we fight and we lose, and we fight and we win. We have issues in front of us. I think they're clearly identified by our public servant friends. Mental health is an enormous issue, and one that is underfunded and that we can work on. Gun safety is an enormous issue, and one we can work with, and one we could solve. The history of labor tells us we have to work on issues, and the best way to deal with any sort of basic need. Oh dear, we have a problem.
Creo que tenemos un problema.
Could that be solved?
Excuse me. There you go. I think we have them muted now. Go ahead, Jeff.
There you go. So what I'm going to suggest is something that was suggested originally by a very famous labor leader named Joe Hill. Joe was a labor organizer that was basically assassinated on trumped up charges by the state of Utah back in 1910. But we've had Ludlow that we've had to recover from. And we've had the Columbine Mine Massacre, where the graves for those the 11 miners that were killed by the state police in 1926 are in Louisville and Lafayette. And the last of Joe Hill's ashes are scattered around the graves of the workers in the Lafayette Cemetery. And Joe Hill taught us something. His last words: don't mourn, organize. And around these issues we can. And that's how we respond to a tragedy like this. Let us work together to fund mental health and help people like the killer that slaughtered us not to be able to find peace. Let us work together to deal with gun safety as a broad issue. And let us recognize we may have to fight and lose and fight and lose before we fight and win, but that this is the way we memorialize our loss. And this is the way we can make a difference moving forward. Thank you, Mayor Weaver.
Thank you, Jeff. With that, we are going to see Brenda. I'm going to check in. Chris and Pam are at the vigil that's being held, and we are going to have them bring in 3 people from that vigil if they'd like to speak to us. Are you ready to go to that, or should we have another speaker first?
So it looks like Chris.
Speaking my mind, it is a little bit more difficult in front of you all. But I've given a lot of thought, to our circumstances and listened to us all debate what the answers are. And it does not seem that it's an either or answer. In America, we have a tendency to value human life on net worth. And if you don't have net worth, you're not worth anything. And, depression is up, suicide is up, addiction is up, and mass shooting is up. And it's time we really examine what our values are. We see this community and people do come together. And as a whole, I don't think Americans as a whole, but as a culture, we have to face this aspect of our social construct, of what we value. And I don't know that we can just focus on gun control or gun regulation as one option. I don't think that's the only answer. I don't think it's just mental health, although there are not enough beds for people who need help. There are no beds. We also have to look at wealth disparity and a living wage in this country. Those are things that help agitate and create violence. So I don't know that I have all the answers at all, but as I think about and I listen to us all debate what we need to do, we need to make America equitable and a healthy place. People can go get a bed if they're struggling or can get mental health care. We don't have people with AK-15s, and that people can make a living wage. So I really appreciate mutual aid being out here. I'm a big supporter of mutual aid. They do a lot for the community, and I appreciate y'all letting me spout off. Thank you.
My name's Jenny, and I think music is a great healer. So if anyone would please join me in a Bob Dylan song of Blowing in the Wind. If you could all look it up on your phones, Google it, because I don't want to sing alone. I'll give you a second. Okay. Anyone that's been in Boulder long enough will know the song. Or if you've been to Hippie Bluegrass Church, you'll know the song. How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man?
And tonight I'm going to be speaking on it for just a few minutes on a more personal level. Jody Waters, victim number 10, was my sister, her rock. She called her soul sister. Jody, who always had her back. Actually, the funny thing about Jody was we didn't even in my family know her last name. She was even in my contacts in my phone as just Jody. But that all changed for us this week. I got a call from my sister on Monday in the late afternoon. Madeline was getting really worried. She hadn't heard from Jody since earlier that day, since before the shooting. And Jody lived right across the street from that Table Mesa King Soopers. And Madeline knew that she shopped there almost every day. That was her store, like it was so many people's stores. And since the shooting, her daughters had not heard from her. And Madeline had not heard from her, and nobody heard from her. And then I texted my sister at 4:30 p.m. and I said, Madeline, did you hear from Jody yet? And she said she hadn't. And then I texted her at 5:30 and she still hadn't. And then my daughters texted Madeline at 6 and then at 7 and we still heard nothing. But by this time, a deep sense of dread began to fill my family. We all went to sleep that night not knowing. My sister Madeline was still hoping for the best. But then in the early hours of the morning on that Tuesday, we got the news that Jody was one of the 10 victims, and it was so devastating for us. And I'm just the sister of Jody's best friend, and it was devastating for me. I can't even imagine how her family felt, her daughters, who she was so close to and who texted her every day, and how all the families of the victims felt that night, going into Tuesday morning, waiting for a phone call. And so when people from all over the city and the country and even in the world, I got a call from the mayor of Ramat HaNegev asking how I was and is the family okay? And I said to each one of them, we're not okay. I am not okay. The city is not okay. None of us are okay, and this community is certainly not okay. And what happened is not okay. But you know what? At this time, what tragedy does is it's kind of interesting. It brings people together. So whereas where there could be strife in the community, now we're all one and we're working together as one. And when people are one, they can accomplish so much more. And so I don't want to give up hope on humanity, and I won't give up hope on the city. None of us will, but we will stand together, and we're going to do what Jody did, and we're going to have each other's back. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Junie, are you ready? Or great. Councilmember Joseph is going to read a letter and explain what the letter is about. Junie?
Thank you very much, Mayor Weaver. We received a letter from the University of Colorado Boulder Student Government, CUSG. And the letter is to the community. Today, we remember and honor the lives of Denise Strong, Nevin Stanistic, Ricky Olds, Trolana Bart Koviak, Terry Lakey, Suzanne Fountain, Kevin Mahoney, Len Murray, Jody Waters, and Officer Eric Talley. Our deepest sympathies go out to the lives lost and those directly impacted by the horrific events that transpired on March 22nd at King Soopers in Boulder. The 10 victims who lost their lives were friends, families, and neighbors of our community. This reprehensible act of violence is one that will inevitably affect our community for the foreseeable future. We recognize the lifelong impact that this will have on those affected by this tragedy. Thanks to the swift action of the Boulder Police Department and additional regional law enforcement agencies, further loss of lives were prevented. The heroic act of Officer Talley as the first officer on the scene demonstrates the commitment that our first responders have in protecting our community from egregious acts of violence. Today, we want to recognize the immense amount of pain that our community is enduring. It is okay to mourn and grieve. It is okay to feel confused and hurt. We offer our deepest condolences to those who are experiencing these emotions as students and members of the Boulder community. We share these heartaches and grieve alongside our community members. As CU students, it is our responsibility to not only support each other, but to support our greater Boulder community. During times of adversity and heartache such as these, we must lean on each other. We recognize that individuals are all experiencing pain and grief in their unique ways. Our community will be gathering at Fairview High School this Thursday, March 25th at 6:30 p.m. for a candlelight vigil. Any and all are welcome. Let us honor and remember the 10 lives lost following March 22nd. As a community member, we will not let hatred prevail. Instead, let us foster love, compassion, and unity. And this letter was from Molly Fromet, the student body president, Isaiah Chivas, student body president, George Conway, student body president, Abby Henson, judicial branch chief justice, Julia Foley, legislative council president. And also the students wanted to let community member know if you're seeking individual support, they would encourage you to engage with the following university resources that are free of charge. The Office of Victim Assistance, which provide free and confidential support, consultation, advocacy, information, and short-term counseling services to students. Graduate students, faculty, and staff who are experiencing a traumatic disturbance or life-disruptive event. Student can call 303-492-8855 to connect with the Office of Victims Assistance Counselor or to receive service 24/7. They can go to https://www.colorado.edu/OVA. And also there's the counseling and psychiatric services, which is the counseling and psychiatric service available for telehealth which is virtual, counseling appointments, and support services, including crisis support. Student can call 303-492-2277 to speak with a licensed professional 24/7. Student can also visit Let's Talk for an informal and confidential consultation with a counselor, which is at www.colorado.edu/counseling. And again, this is a letter from a student from the university. And I just also would like to apologize. Part of it is my accent as well. When I was saying the name of the victims, I did not pronounce them well enough. I apologize for that. And thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you, Junie, for that. And thank you to the CU student government for putting out that letter. Next, we will go to David Gross, who is a professor at the university as well as a former regent candidate. David?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dave Gross, and I've lived in Boulder for 25 years. I'm a member of the CU faculty. I'm a husband, son-in-law, and father of 2 kids, all here in Boulder. I'm devastated and heartbroken by this mass murder committed here in our home. So I'd like to take a minute to speak about guns. My training is as an economist, and so I'll use this time to speak about guns from that perspective. When we teach economics, the first thing we teach is that everyone acting in their own best interest produces the best outcome. And then the second thing we teach is that's not really true. And the main reason it's not true is negative externalities. The best example of a negative externality is, of course, pollution. It may be best for me to produce some product in the cheapest way possible, but if the effects of my production are so deleterious to the community and the pollution I create dominates the benefit of the product or even the lower price, we would all deem it perfectly reasonable to restrain my activity, to restrict my freedom, to mitigate this harm. Well, people who choose to own guns obviously derive benefit from gun ownership. And that first principle of economics, everyone acting on their own best interest, producing the best outcome, is often cited as a justification not to restrict individual freedoms. But that second principle, the negative externalities, must also be applied. It's impossible for me to detail the magnitude and dimensions of the negative impact that unrestricted gun ownership visited on me personally, my family, my friends, and all the members of this wide community. The hurt, the harm experienced by the hundreds of thousands of members of the Boulder community, and Officer Talley's 7 children and all of the other victims' families clearly outweighs any and all benefits of unrestricted gun ownership. We must restrict gun ownership right now. These negative externalities, these threats to humanity are just too great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, David. Next, we'll turn to Tashiana Hernandez of the Community Foundation of Boulder.
Tatiana, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Weaver and all of Boulder City Council for the opportunity to speak with our community tonight at such a dark time. Our hearts and deepest sympathies are with the friends and families of the beloved friends and neighbors we lost, and with everyone who is suffering tonight. Your Community Foundation is here to support the needs of our community. And we have received an outpouring of support from colleagues at community foundations in Dayton, Ohio, El Paso, San Antonio, Texas, and Ventura, California, who are lending us their guidance and sharing their experiences so that we can best serve the needs of our community at this time. Unfathomably, there is expertise in our world when it comes to responding to events like this. It is also sad consolation that we have a partner in our state with expertise on how to best respond to the needs of those most directly affected. We are working closely with the Colorado Healing Fund so that together we can help ease the burden of Monday's horrific events for those victims. We are also working in partnership with the city, our local nonprofit community, and others to provide financial support where it's needed in a responsive and transparent way. And in that spirit of transparency, I want to share with you what we know now regarding how funds raised by the Community Foundation will support our community. If we think about the needs of our community as concentric circles of proximity, at the core are the needs of families who lost loved ones. This core is where our partnership with the Colorado Healing Fund is of utmost importance and where the majority of the funds we raise will go. The next circle of proximity includes those who experienced the event firsthand. Colorado Healing Fund, in partnership with the Colorado Organization for Victims Assistance, will define where their support ends within that second circle and where our support can begin. And the third circle is our entire community. We have suffered a collective trauma, and it will take time to understand and process our grief. Our community has short and long-term needs, and we will continue to work with our partners to respond to and hold space for the full scale of our loss. We will get through this together, and we will do so by leaning on each other. We will get through this by remembering every person we lost and love every person we meet even more. And in closing, I'll say, let our aching hearts be a testament to the depth of love that we have for each other and for our community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tatiana. Next, we'll go to Nikki McCord, who I believe was recently appointed to one of the city's boards. Nikki?
Thank you for inviting me to speak. I carry this responsibility with respect for the victims and for my community. This was difficult for me to write. How do I pay respect to the victims of this mass shooting, including the loss of life of a police officer, and share my fears about what our response to this tragedy could mean for people who look like me? My attempt at striking this balance will begin with me reading the names of the victims and then going into my remarks. Denny Stong, Nevin Stanisic, Ricky Olds, Trelana Bartkowiak, Suzanne Fountain, Terry Leiker, Eric Talley, Kevin Mahoney, Lynn Murray, Jody Waters. Right now, we as a community do not feel safe, and we may be willing to do anything to regain that sense of safety. So we're asking ourselves, we're asking people in positions of power to take action. For many in my community, the action that needs to happen to regain their sense of safety comes in the form of police presence. The good guys with guns, protecting them from whatever harm could come their way, heroically demonstrated in the actions of Officer Talley, who gave his life to protect the safety of those still in King Soopers. For me, in the normal course of my daily life, based on my shared identity with Breonna Taylor, Corin Gaines, Ayanna Stanley Jones, Tatiana Jefferson, my sense of safety does not lie in the hands of those good guys with guns, the exact same people my neighbors rely on for their safety. So what do we do? What do we do as a community to regain our sense of safety? Well, the answer does not lie in inaction. What we do, and more importantly, what you do, is act in a way that is brave. Act in a way that takes you out of your comfort zone. Act in a way that may make you unpopular. Act in a way that may make you lose your position of power. Because this community is hurting and we don't feel safe. And acting in whatever way that provides safety for all of us who live in this 30 square miles surrounded by reality is what will have a lasting positive impact on those of us who call Boulder, Colorado home. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Next, we have Markeisha K. Hagan, one of our community connectors.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today, and I'll try to keep it brief. So I'd like to start by first giving my condolences to all who have been affected by this tragedy. In preparation for me speaking here today, I made a list of some of the sentiments that reflect how I and many that I have heard from in the community have been feeling. And I'd like to share that with you now. Heartbroken, exhausted, traumatized, frustrated. How do I explain what happened to my kids? Concerns about retribution towards certain minority groups. Desperate for change, yet not optimistic that it will take place. As these next days turn to weeks and months, I hope that when I look back at this list and reflect on where we as a community in our journey of healing and moving forward, that these words will be replaced with words such as love, hope, safe, inclusivity, community-led change. That this time it was different. That we circumvented the politicized issues that have stopped real change in the past, and were able to create meaningful, people-focused solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Markeisha. Next, we have Ingrid Castro Campos.
Gracias. Buenas noches, City Council members, community leaders, and beloved community members. I hope that my words honor the suffering of others and the lives we have lost. There's a part of me that wishes to address the truth of the horrors that underline such a violent event. And yet I'm choosing to sit within the mess of it all and my own suffering. I know better that out of chaos and unresolved suffering, fragmentation, and event-led action steps only perpetuate dysfunction and harm. We need to come together and examine our filters and biases that prevent us from looking deeply into how we got here in the first place. In my experience here and in my country of origin, acts of violence are rooted in fragmentation. That fragmentation might look like numbness, a sense of normalcy of our social flaws that are against the basic life order and human rights. Fragmentation might also look as the moral chaos of having misaligned priorities, valuing profits, revenues, egos, politicized views, inequities over people and humanity. I implore you all to move towards action that repairs fragmentation by resensitize those areas of ourselves that are numb. We can't allow for this mass shooting or any act of hate to become another unfortunate event in the US history, nor just another act of violence in our town, nor the world. I implore you all to move towards action that repairs fragmentation by assuming collective responsibility and work at a grassroots level and for legislation that protects the true freedoms of citizens, not the freedoms that are sold to us as logical, but instead, those should be rooted in accordance to the illnesses and strengths of our society. We must act assertively and steadily. I implore you to move towards action that repairs fragmentation by doing anything and everything within our power, your power, to close gaps in ineffective systems related to mental health, access to resources, to meet basic needs, and the well-being of community members. Finally, I implore you to move towards action that repairs fragmentation by bringing community together, not out of the urgency of the moment, but to heal from the long-lasting effects of violence. We cannot allow for our community to continue to operate from fragmentation. We cannot forget that we only have this moment to make things right to each other and those who have left us too soon. We cannot do it on our own, healing, restoring, and supporting each other only occurs in community. We must and only can move forward from a place of empathy and love-rooted action. Thank you for inviting me and listening to my words.
Thank you. Thank you, Ingrid. Next, we have Norma Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for bringing us all together and for creating this opportunity for our community. You know, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about, and one of them is just talking about bringing us together, just to acknowledge what it takes for all the departments, for all the agencies, for all the people to come together to create something like this. The same thing that happened during the tragedy at King Super, just watching all those components of agencies and individuals coming together under amazing organization to keep us safe. So I just wanted to acknowledge that these things don't just happen, that so much is put into them. And I give so much thanks for that. The other thing I want to speak to is belonging. You know, everything that I've been hearing people talk about this evening, it kind of funnels down to belonging. Who belongs? Who feels they belong? Who doesn't feel they belong? Is at the root of so much. You know, I'm a storyteller, a poet, a social justice advocate and facilitator. And I have I'm in so many conversations about equity and justice. And it always comes down to that. It's the everyday things that we experience that create the bigger things in our lives. So one, I want to put a reminder out for that. And as people have been speaking to that this evening, feeling what they're feeling, that's all those things that make the bigger stuff. Those are all the things that count. It's always the little things. And it's the little things that make the laws eventually. So, you know, I talk a lot about everyday race and everyday healing. And that's something that we are experiencing in this moment. And it's something we're going to be experiencing for a long time. So I just want to encourage us to give ourselves permission for that. And also, along with that belonging is honesty. Because so much of what has happened in our country has to do with a foundation of dishonesty. And honesty is something that we all can grow and evolve in. And it changes things. Because in order to have trust, there must be honesty. So, you know, that belonging, for me, it's been happening in just those small encounters every day. You know, I was in another grocery store and yesterday, and I was in the meat department, and the person that waited on me, we just started talking because it was in the air and because we're feeling it. I stood there for maybe 15 minutes. There was no one else, no other customer behind me. And we just talked about the feeling of this, the grieving. And she spoke about how she knew Officer Talley and how what a kind and beautiful person he was. And he affected her life. And I stood there holding my package of meat and realized that this was maybe the most important moment I could have that day. It's small things. So let's not forget those small things. The text messages and emails I got, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? From all across the country. And while in some ways it was overwhelming, just the idea that people are reaching out, just the idea that nobody knows really what to do with this, but they want to know, are you okay? And probably for the first time, over and over again in my responses, I used that broken heart emoji because it's heartbreaking. So healing takes place every day. And in terms of belonging, it has to do with recognizing each other, recognizing that we are human beings, every one of us. And some of the responses I've been getting as I walk around town, because I walk a lot here in Boulder, is we're seeing each other. And there's an acknowledgement. And that's been happening throughout COVID. It happened to me during the protests and the horrific murders that were happening to Black and brown people in our country, where all of a sudden I got noticed. People that maybe would just walk right by me without seeing me stopped to acknowledge my Black body in their space. Sometimes it takes tragedies for us to look up and see each other. But it's always worth it. Always, always, always. And I just want to share a short piece I wrote that I want to offer to our community, to all the families that are affected directly and indirectly. It's called Surely There is a Bridge. Surely there is a bridge from here to there. It is built one segment at a time, one step at a time, one experience, one memory, one sharing and pain and loving at a time. A lifetime of segments that builds the bridge of relationship of who we are and for each other. Surely there is a bridge from here to there. It's a way we connect, remember, and cherish those who have touched our lives, and where in moments of grace, we could become more together than apart. More spirit, more love, more force for good and the beauty of living. Surely there is a bridge from here to there. Each step is but a mere glide on the wings of God. A journey, a voyage, a homecoming, a peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Next, we'll go to two together, Adela Aguirre and Jesus Salazar, both who assist us as community connectors.
Yeah, thank you. My statement will follow in English. Antes de empezar, quiero dar mi pésame a las familias y a los amigos que han sido afectados por este tragedia incidente. Mi nombre es Adela Aguirre, yo nací y crecí aquí en Boulder, esta ciudad es mi hogar. Esta tragedia ha impactado nuestra comunidad como nunca antes. La mayoría de nosotros estamos conscientes de los tiroteos que ocurren a través de nuestro país, pero nunca en mi vida pensé que pasaría aquí en nuestra ciudad, en nuestro hogar. De niña nunca dudé mi seguridad en esta comunidad. Sé que con tiempo y apoyo con comunidad, yo sé que mis comunidades son fuertes y resilientes. Los siguientes pasos a partir de sanar es también trabajar y tomar medidas para que otras familias y otras comunidades nunca tengan que pasar por este dolor. Before I begin, I just want to give my condolences to all the families and friends that have special connections to the victims of this tragedy. And thank you so much for sharing those words of the friends of these victims. They brought tears to my eyes, and I just really recognize how special these people were. My name is Adela Aguirre. I was born and raised here in Boulder. This tragedy has impacted our community like never before. Most of us are conscious about the mass shootings happening around the country, but never in my life did I think that this would happen here in Boulder. Even as a young kid, growing up here, I never second guessed my safety as a community, because as a community connector, I know that my communities are very strong and resilient. And the next steps from here are not to only heal, most importantly, but also take action so that other families and other communities across the country and even the world never have to experience this pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Adela and Jesus. Next, we have Lupita Montoya.
Hi, everybody.
Jesus also has comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Adela. Jesus, please.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you all for your time and the people who, unfortunately, it's an interesting time that we're living in. I am Jesus Salazar, Boulder resident for over 15 years and community connector of Orchard Grove Mobile Home Park. Coming from a bigger city than Boulder, before we moved here, I always saw Boulder as a quiet town. In my teens, I sometimes thought of Boulder as boring. Though as I get older, I've had the opportunity to visit other cities and towns across America, and even other towns. Sorry?
I think to suggest that you turn off your camera just because your sound is a little unstable, and that might help.
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, though as I get older and have had the opportunity to visit other cities and towns across America and other towns in Colorado, my appreciation and love for Boulder grows exponentially. I grew up going to King Soopers both off 30th and Table Mesa for groceries to pass the time, or to rent a movie from the blockbusters inside King Soopers before the Red Box kiosk appeared. Never when I walked into you hear about the situations happen, I think such a horrific event would happen in my town. The recent change in Boulder has caused significant.
Oops, I'm sorry, but it looks like we've lost Adela and Jesus. If we get them back in, I will come back to Jesus. In the meantime, we will call on Lupita Montoya.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver.
Dear Boulder community, I'm just going to read my statements because I already done quite a bit of crying. I want to make sure that I can get through this. I'm speaking today as someone who lives, works, volunteers, shops, worships, and raises her kids in the city of Boulder. The tragedy that at King Soopers impacted me deeply, as this is my neighborhood grocery store, and I was really lucky not to be there during this horrible incident. When I first heard about it, I had just left my youngest child at Fairview High for the warm-up before a soccer game against Boulder High that afternoon. I usually go to King Soopers to shop and then return to watch the game. On Monday, I decided to go home instead of going shopping to finish some work and then return to the game. While at home, my child called me to tell me what was happening at King Soopers. And then I have to go and pick him up, and we come home and we stay home. Since then, I have felt numb. I have cried. But now I just simply want a better world. The first things that came to my mind when I heard about an active shooter at King Soopers was, I hope there are no deaths. And please, God, do not let the shooter be a young person. Sadly, it was again a young person who perpetrated a horrible act. We just lived that a week ago in Atlanta. This is another young person who has seen no other alternative than to cause unspeakable pain to others. So my question is, what are we doing wrong as a society to produce so many young people who end up committing these sorts of acts on a regular basis now in this country? I feel deeply the loss of lives, and I have prayed for them, as I often pray for people who lose, the people that we lose regularly to gun violence and to suicide. I have a special regard for people lost to suicide. A lot of young people are dying that way. It is my nature to seek understanding and meaning in life. And I would like to think that this horrible act that happened in Boulder is an opportunity for us to do better, and to do better than to get angry or to be sad. I want to ask every member of our community, especially the adults, how is it that we are contributing to the loss of hope that the young people in this country are experiencing? How can we change this terrible path that we're on, where younger and younger people are either giving up on life or want to cause harm to innocent others? I encourage the City Council to continue these talks and lead us into action. I see this work on par with the much needed work that we must do to achieve equity and justice in our country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lupita. Next, we have Nikhil Mankakar, a community leader and two-time past chair of the Human Relations Commission. Nikhil.
Thank you, Sam. First, I want to thank the Mayor Weaver and members of City Council for calling us together tonight and for the invitation. I appreciate it. I'm Nikhil Mankakar. I'm a Boulder native, born and raised in this community. This is my home. I want to start by giving thanks, love, and prayers to Officer Talley and his family, and to all 10 victims who lost their lives in this tragedy. I also want to give my thanks and love and prayers to Chief Harold, Boulder Police Department, all of its officers, Sheriff Pelly, the County Sheriff's Department, FBI, law enforcement agencies, and to District Attorney Michael Doherty and everyone in the Boulder County DA's office for the incredible response this week to such horrific incidents and and the continued response and follow-up going forward. This wound and the pain of it is just immense, and especially for those of us who've grown up in Boulder and called this home, have lived here a long time. It's a lot, and I'm just thinking of how just days before this tragedy happened, I was driving my dad right by that King Soopers in Table Mesa, and we were in the neighborhood, and we taking a drive and talking, and he just exclaimed 50 years to me, and I was thinking, I'm not close to 50 yet. What are you talking about? And he said, 50 years since I came to Boulder. And he came to Boulder 50 years ago and made this his home and our family's home. And we're just talking, reflecting on that and beautiful Boulder community. And by beautiful, we were not just talking about the mountains and the trails he took us on, hiking as kids, but all the beautiful people in Boulder that all the friends, we call her friends and family. As the tragedy hit on Monday, I think of his best friend who also came here in the 70s, who lives right by that King Soopers and walks in that neighborhood and to that King Soopers every day. I think of how I used to go to school. I used to go to lunch after school every day at that King Soopers, and I'm just glad it was spring break. I can only imagine all of the young high school students who would have been there when this tragedy happened otherwise. Looking back, I remember Columbine and all the memories associated with that, and the change, how it changed people's sense of feeling unsafe, just unsafe doing something you do every day, going to school, and how that stayed with us since. And I just had instantly recalled that, having metal detectors installed at the high school up there, and how it changed all our lives, not only as students, but as we grow up. And then I think of people being afraid and uncomfortable to go see a movie with friends after the Aurora Theater tragedy in 2012. And the list goes on. And now this. As the events of days ago unfolded, I thought of all of this. I thought of, as I watched the events unfold on the news, I thought of friends, people I've worked with, childhood friends, and in the Boulder Police Department, messaging them, contacting them to see if they were safe. Friends who live nearby in Table Mesa, and us calling each other to check if we're safe. My mom's oldest friend going back to college lives in Atlanta, and they were just talking about the tragedy and the hate crimes in Atlanta that she was facing in her own community only days before. And she was shocked to turn on the news and see this in Boulder. And the many friends from outside Boulder and outside the state who've messaged and connected that day and in these days since that have followed, to show they feel the pain and showing they care about us and our community. We do this because we genuinely care for each other as friends, as human beings, and as a community. And to me, that's the path forward. But now there's no easy answers, and there's no easy fix for this. The wounds and pain of what our Boulder community is going through is something we will be going through for a long time to come. No doubt about it. But that connection that we have to each other, that is the path forward. Our strength and resiliency as a Boulder community doesn't just come from laws, politicians, or political bodies. Really, it comes from each and every one of us, everyday people who make up Boulder, the city it is and the community it is that we call home. So please be kind to each other, be gentle with each other, take time for one another, care for each other. That's what we can do right now, and that's what we have to do always. So love thy neighbor and may peace be upon us. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Nikhil. Next, we have John Taylor, President and CEO of the Boulder Chamber of Commerce. I want to give John and the Chamber a shout out for having lit the Boulder Star as soon as the tragedy struck. So, John.
Well, I'd start by thanking the city also for the partnership in the lighting of the Boulder Star. And I'll say that, you know, there's been so many profound statements of grief tonight, so well articulatedly stated, words of comfort, and there are commitments to healing and building back stronger. I can't begin to try to match that, and I won't. But I just will say that the Boulder Chamber welcomes all of those sentiments as a testament to the unity and strength and resilience of our community. You mentioned the Boulder Star, Mayor Weaver, and those are the very sentiments that we hope that the Boulder lighting of the Boulder Star reflects. And we intend to have that lit through the next 10 preceding days in honor of the 10 victims that we lost. So that will be lit through Monday. But there's something else that we want to convey, and it oftentimes gets lost in the reflection on such a terrible act of violence, and that is to thank you. We want to first thank, as the Boulder Chamber and the Boulder business community, those first responders who many have acknowledged tonight, but it comes right front and center to all of us, how they put their lives on the line every day. And we see that, in fact, terribly, it can come to a death of a law enforcement, a heroic law enforcement officer like Officer Talley. And we thank our first responders every day for their protection. We also thank our elected leaders for their help in making sense of this tragic incident and for what I know are their commitments to work on the issues that are going to help avoid these types of incidents in the future. We heard a number of commitments along those lines. And then also, I want to thank, and on behalf of the Chamber, the residents who have reached out and demonstrated their caring and their emotional support to the victims of this tragic incident. And then finally, a sentiment from our end, and it's not lost on us that this incident occurred at a local business. And it's a business like any others that many of us frequent every day and provide critical services. So too often, we take those services that our local businesses offer and the workforce that provides those services for granted. And we just can't do that. So let's take this experience as a reminder of the humanity of all we encounter in our daily activities and the businesses that serve our needs. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, John. Next, we will go to Kelly McGannon. Kelly is the Regional Director of Corporate Affairs for Kroger Western Region, and Kroger owns King Super. Kelly?
Hi, good evening, Sam. I'm sorry, I'm only joining by audio because I am just now leaving one of our counseling sites in Boulder. But first, thank you to the council and for your leadership. I have really enjoyed hearing everybody's comments tonight. I think the first thing I will share with you is we're heartbroken. And I will try and be as, it was personal for us. Our associates are like our family, and our tenure is deep. And Boulder has always been home for King Supers. It is a place where the community has supported us, been a part of what we do, and inspired so many of our actions, and has led us on this journey for us for Zero Hunger, Zero Waste. That was really inspired by when we first started looking at plastic bags in Boulder. I want to tell you that it's personal because I never thought when I left college that I was going to work for a grocery store. And I never thought that I would stay here for 25 years. And it would be my only career, or at least the only career that I hope I have. But it's because of our people. And anybody can sell groceries, but it's not always about the people. We're in the people business. We meet our associates, we meet our community. And I think for far too long, we always felt like this was going to happen someplace else. I have loved to hear everybody's comments and about how we heal and how we come together and how we come back better. And I think somebody said previously that for them, it's really about, in the worst of times, you see the best of people. And we have absolutely seen that. So here, I guess, what I want you to know at the end of the day is this is not easy. I never thought that this would happen at the King Soopers. Maybe I was just being naive or it was pure optimism, but I didn't see it happening. And I have a son who is a sophomore at CU Boulder. We frequented that store. Terry had become a friend of mine, and she always said she was going to call me if she ever saw my son misbehaving. So it's just heartbreaking because we know them, we know their names, and it's part of the fabric of our community. I think, Mayor, what we want everybody to know and what we are committed to doing is supporting our community and supporting our associates. And I think the first place we have to start is supporting the mental health of our associates through this really difficult time. So our efforts the last 2 days have been focused on them, making sure we provide them the resources they need, the access to mental health that they need, and helping them to think about how they move forward. I don't know how and when the store reopens, and I don't know what that looks like because it's a day we never thought would come. But I know that we will do it with the council support and the community support. I think those are decisions we will have to make together. And I think what gives us all comfort is to know we're not in it alone. I sat here and listened to all of these comments, and I will tell you, the 5th grader probably brought the most tears to my eyes because it's so sad to me that we live in a world that our children know these types of things exist and they practice drills in schools to prevent them and to prevent the tragedies. But together we'll come back stronger. We're committed to our associates, to our customers, and the community. And I think the best place we can start is to help healing, give people access to the mental health resources that they need, and then partner with each of you to find out what's best for the community and how we come back and support each other. So thank you for letting me participate. And I truly feel like it was a gift that I got to hear all of the feedback from so many of our elected officials and community leaders that are committed to this, and we're better together, all of us. And I just know that it's a bright future. So thanks for letting me participate. And I'm sorry if I had technical difficulties before, but it was really a gift just to hear everybody else's feedback. So thanks for letting me be there. And thanks for having such brave first responders, because it could have been far more tragic. So we're grateful. And Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we'll turn to Judith Landsman. She's the chair of the NAACP Equal Opportunity Freedom Fund Committee. Judith?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you, Councilperson Aaron Brockett, for inviting the NAACP Boulder County to this session. President Annette James was unable to attend, so I am honored to speak on behalf of the branch as chair of Economic Opportunity Freedom Fund and as a member of the criminal justice system. Not of the system, of the Criminal Justice Committee. We are an inclusive organization, as the NAACP has been since its founding, united in our mission to eliminate race-based and anti-Black discrimination and promote the equal rights of all persons. We thank D.A. Dougherty and respect his resolve for justice in all forms and in this situation in particular. We value our police chief, Maris Harold, and the humanity she shows and continues to show for the victims of this tragedy. We encourage our leaders to work towards responsible gun legislation, banning assault weapons in Boulder and in the state. Many of us in the branch, including myself, are longtime Boulderites. We went through Columbine. We went through the Aurora movie theater shooting, and now Table Mesa in our own backyard. We are familiar with the store, the location, and the victims. Actually, Suzanne Fountain was my insurance agent. Enough already. We do not forget. We applaud the emphasis on greater mental health initiatives in our county. I did look up Larimer County. They have their inaugural $1 million for mental health, and I hope that Boulder County follows suit. We must heal and take action together in unity and in love. I would like to read a poem by Alan Mahler. When all that's left is love. When I die, if you need to weep, cry for someone walking the street beside you. You can love me most by letting hands touch hands and souls touch souls. You can love me most by sharing your goodness and multiplying your acts of kindness. You can love me most by letting me live in your eyes and not on your mind. And when you say prayers for me, remember, love doesn't die, people do. So when all that's left of me is love, give me away. Boulder County NAAC branch mourns these victims, and we mourn for our community. I've lived here a long time. I've raised 6 children here, and this is difficult. Unfortunately, it's a shock, but it's not a surprise. So thank you for this session and for the commitments that I hear for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Next, we have Suzanne Jones, the former mayor of Boulder.
I know it's been a long evening. Thank you all for hanging in there. I join you as a former mayor and a longtime community member, and like all of you, I'm heartbroken, I'm devastated. And like so many of the other folks that have spoken, I'm struggling with deep sadness and also outrage and anger over the senseless loss of 10 vibrant and wonderful community members. And so I want to thank this city council for bringing us together. It is so important that we gather so we can grieve together with the families who lost loved ones, join them in celebrating the lives of these beloved individuals, so we can share our gratitude to the Boulder Police Department, and to express our thanks for the outpouring of aid we saw from officers from all over the region, so we can collectively honor the ultimate sacrifice of Officer Talley, who gave us his life to protect ours, so we can hold close the many survivors and the frontline grocery workers who experienced such trauma and mindless evil, and so we can mourn the rending of the fabric of our civic well-being and our collective feeling of loss. And at times like this, I am more grateful than ever to be a part of this wonderful community. I slipped out during this event to run downtown to the candlelight vigil just because I needed to feel the energy and love of community. And though it was hard to capture it on Zoom, I have to say it was a very powerful and palpable gathering, a real coming together to support the victims' families, but also to support each other and to try to begin healing together. It's really clear that this is a loss for everyone, for our community, but also for our state and for our country. And I think we gain strength as a community knowing that we can all lean on each other for support during a time of mourning and coming together to heal, but also lean on each other for inspiration and conviction when it's time to get back to work building a better future. And we have got to build a better future. As has been noted, we live in a country where shootings and mass shootings are happening so often. And while I feel like we grieve each one, when it happens here in our hometown, at our local grocery store, to our friends and neighbors, there is no looking away. And we can't deny the reality of who we are as a society. And there's just nothing normal or acceptable about this cycle of violence and the depth of division in our country. And it has got to change. Now, I was on city council with many of you when, in response to the Parkland mass shooting, we passed our city's assault weapons ban. And we didn't do it because we thought it was the answer, but it was an important step. It was one that we could take and we felt compelled to take, even though it was insufficient. And now we need to channel the pain we're feeling into doing more. And I'll just note that this community and this council is made up of problem solvers, of change makers. And I'd say we're people that don't settle for things as they are, but keep working to change things as they should be. And I want to thank the members of our state delegation and our federal delegation who spoke tonight for being willing to join with us in seeking solutions, passing policies, doing what we need to do at the local level, the state level, national level, to pursue gun reform and to bring change to this country. So tonight we're grieving as we should, but let's also commit to action and honor the lives of our 10 fellow community members by coming together in the days ahead to demand and create that better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Next, we have Ana Karina Casas Ibarra, one of our community connectors.
Hola, buenas noches. Voy a hablar en español primero y luego lo voy a repetir en inglés. Bueno, de parte de mi comunidad, cuando yo me comuniqué con ellos para decirles que si querían compartir algo con ustedes esta noche, lo primero que me dijeron fue, solamente diles que estamos con ellos, que estamos sintiendo el dolor de todos y darles nuestras condolencias a las familias de las víctimas. Como comunidad, nosotros no somos extraños al dolor, no somos extraños al miedo ni a esa inseguridad. Pero como comunidad sabemos que vamos a sobrepasar esto. Aunque tenemos ese sentimiento de miedo y inseguridad ahorita, principalmente porque pues vamos nosotros a la tienda, especialmente aquí en Supers, a hacer nuestras compras con nuestros niños la mayoría del tiempo. Entonces, no solamente queremos oír palabras como comunidad, pero también queremos ver acción de nuestros legisladores y de que va a haber un cambio, ya sea con legislación, ya sea con salud mental, pero queremos ver que están tomando acción para que haga un cambio, para que estas cosas no pasen en el futuro. Again, I'm going to say it in English now. When I got in touch with my community, with my neighbors, the first thing that they told me was, please just make sure you express our most sincere condolences to the families of the victims and just let them know that as a community, we're grieving with them. My community, we are not strangers to fear or to the sense of loss of security or to the pain. But we know that as a community, as a whole community or Boulder community, we are going to overcome this, including the sense of loss of security. But we also want to see from our legislators action, not only words, but actions, either by measures of gun control or more funding for mental health. And you know, like as a community, there's that sense of loss of security, another wave of that, because most of us go to the grocery store at King Supers and we go there with our children. So just knowing that these things now can happen anywhere, everywhere, at any time, that has brought a huge wave of fear in the community. So please, we want to see action for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next, we have Marty Moore, Executive Director of Boulder County. Marty.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Thank you, Council. My name is Marty. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. Tonight, I'm here bringing the love and support of the staff and the board of Boulder County. Boulder County is here for anyone who needs support as in the conversation around mental health. On our website, outboulder.org, you will find a mental health directory that is inclusive of LGBTQ community members. If someone on this call has a loved one or is a person in the LGBTQ community who's struggling, the immediate referral I would give is to Umbrella Collective or Queer Asterisks. Like most of you on Monday afternoon, the text messages started coming in one after another. The first one, there's an active shooter. Are you home? Where are you? I quickly messaged Juan, an employee who was working from home, and King Soopers, Table Mesa, his grocery store. Luckily, he was home. I then messaged Detective Marples from the Boulder PD, who has been a lifeline for our community in providing safety. He was unable to respond until the following day. When the name of the shooter became public the following morning, the first message I sent was to Tracy from the Islamic Center, who spoke earlier tonight, because it's obvious that Muslims are going to be the next ones under attack. Tracy and I built our relationship when the LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, and the queers were on the list of organizations that were being attacked. So that's a relationship that we've built in a time of trouble. One of the things that, and I think Norma spoke about it, and I heard Zan in particular speak about it, is connections and being at the vigil tonight and feeling that connection. And, you know, Boulder's had its share from the fires to the pandemic to now this tremendous loss. And we've done it under the pandemic. And so our normal ways of connecting with people haven't been there. And I think that that has made it a lot harder in these moments. I wasn't going to go down the road of mental health because I want us to make sure, you know, to honor, and you know, the ripples of all of this. This is a small community and people are connected. If you didn't know them, the people who were killed directly, you know somebody who knows the boyfriend of somebody who was killed, or the child of somebody was killed. And so that was today, those were the messages I was getting. And so that's hard. And I wasn't going to go down the road of coming with an agenda, but I think the public officials who spoke kind of opened that door, and there have been conversations, comments since then around mental health. And I can tell you that there are not enough mental health resources in this town. I have spent, in the last couple of weeks, we've had several losses in the LGBTQ community. We have received many calls from people in need and who are on the edge. That was prior to the shooting. So I can only imagine now what that looks like. I gave you referrals. Those people are all booked. There are no Medicaid slots in this town. You can walk down a block and there'll be 5 therapists and maybe 1 takes Medicaid. We have some real issues with mental health, and I'm not speaking about the shooter because I don't know anything, but what I'm telling you is the impact of what has happened is another layer of tragedy that is happening to community members in Boulder County. Tonight was the first that I have heard that there's talk about a mental health thing that Judy talked about the tax. I will say that I'm pretty sure an LGBTQ community member hasn't been brought to that table to have a conversation about what that would look like. I don't know that the Spanish speaking community has brought to that table. So I will make sure and do everything that those of us who in government they call prioritized populations or marginalized if they slip, need to be part of building whatever that is. Because we are left out in the conversations around mental health. So I will do the best to make sure that those are services that everybody, because if we can all reach them, they'll be the best services. So I want to thank City Council for all the work that you do and for convening this. My heart is broken for Boulder, and my heart is broken for the families and friends. And I do want to I'm so proud of Michael Doherty. We are so lucky to have him as our district attorney, and Chief Harold's realness in sharing the news with us, I think was salve for the nation. So thank you all.
Thank you, Marty. Next, we have Anna Seeger.
Hello, my name is Anna Seeger. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I would like to start by sending my condolences to the families of the victims. May they rest in peace. After the King Soopers massacre, my kids' elementary school sent us guidance on how to talk to kids about the shooting. They said I'm supposed to emphasize that my kids are safe at school. How am I supposed to do that? I can't lie to my kids. They aren't safe at school. I'm not safe at work or at the grocery store. No one in America is safe as long as this country continues to put profits and the success of the NRA and the gun industry above human lives. We've been doing nothing about gun safety for 30 years, and massacres and the fear they generate continue to drive record gun sales. Weapons of war designed for hunting and killing humans don't belong in civil society. If any of our state or national politicians are still listening on this call, please take strong action and enact a national or state assault weapon ban, enact universal background checks, end immunity for gun manufacturers, and ensure that people with a history of domestic violence or violent crimes can never own a gun. Please do something besides saying I should lie to my kids and tell them they're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next, we have Dinesh Kumar Karki, one of our community connectors.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm from Nepali American community known as Asian American. First of all, I would like to express my deepest condolence to all the victims' family and a big salute to brave police officer who sacrificed his life for the community members. What happening in Boulder will be remembered as a black day in the history. Let's hope it won't be happen again. Like everyone else, my community also sad, scared, and feel insecure after this incident. Recently, Asian American people were attacked by the other people on the basis of origin and race. By the law, everybody has a right to live, work, and survive in this country, but why this happening frequently is need to be noted. I'm from country of the Lord Buddha. We are peaceful people and want peace all over the world. We don't want to see violence. Boulder known as peaceful city and we want it to be peaceful forever. Make everyone feel safe here. This kind of incident happening across the country, we have questions on our head why the law gave to permission to carry a gun with all the people. We strongly demand that the law on carrying gun need to be changed to stop such criminal activities. And our community will always be together to keep peace to Boulder. Thanks you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Next, we have Matthew Califano, a member of the city's Beverage Licensing Authority. One of the shooting victims was also a member of the Beverage Licensing Authority. Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Matthew Califano, and I'm a member on the Beverages Licensing Authority for the city, as was, as the mayor said, one of the victims of Monday night's tragedy, Kevin Mahoney. I personally feel honored to have known and worked with him. I wanted to share some testimony and condolences from the board, members, staff, and council. From member Mike Absalom. He was a pillar of our community. He was compassionate about the people and establishments in the city of Boulder. He taught me so much about how to navigate the Colorado Liquor Code and the impacts we can have on our licensed establishments. He truly cared about his responsibility to care for the safety of our community. He will never be forgotten. From member Michael Friesen. Kevin always had a smile on his face and treated everyone with respect. He brought his business acumen to the meetings and wasn't afraid to ask hard questions. I appreciated that. From member Alyssa Lundgren. We were blessed to have served beside him and honored to have known him. He was an asset to our board and our community. My favorite thing about him was how devoted he was to his family, how proud he was when he spoke about his daughter. He was sharp and inquisitive, fair and kind. Kevin would share stories of his daughter and her adventures. He would light up talking about his family. That was maybe my favorite thing about him, how clearly devoted he was to his family, how proud he was when he spoke about his daughter. Our board was bettered by his insights, opinion, and energy. And this is from our staff and our council. Kevin had a great sense of humor. Kevin was tough but fair. His end goal was to help new businesses. He wanted them to be run well too. Kevin took his responsibility as a member of the Beverage Licensing Authority very seriously. It was our great honor to know him. Kevin was dedicated and kind and thoughtful. He was careful to protect the interest of the Boulder community. Kevin was one hell of a nice guy and will be sorely missed by his friends, colleagues on the BLA and on staff. His family has lost a great man. The community has lost an incredible contributor. We mourn for his family and all the families of all 10 victims. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Stephanie Rudy, who's a victims advocate for the Boulder Police Department.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our story. I'm a victim advocate with the Boulder Police Department. If you don't know what that is, we are a group of volunteers who are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. At the request of police officers, we respond to the scene when there is trauma and there are victims who need assistance. It could be suicides, it could be unattended deaths, it could be bank robberies, it could be drug overdoses, it could be just about anything. We've been working since the shooting to develop the best program to help the victims and their families. We're really very thankful for the Boulder Police Department and all of the statewide agencies who have come together to provide assistance and support. Unfortunately, this has happened too many times in Colorado, but fortunately, the support and advice that we're able to get from those other agencies who have been through this before has been invaluable. I want to share with you what we are doing now for the families and for the victims. As of yesterday, every family has been given a support team. There are 3 people on the support team. One person is a victim advocate with the Boulder Police Department. We're responsible for working with their immediate needs. Do they want grief counseling? We'll get that for them. Do they need information on mortuaries in town? We can get that for them. Do they need to get some information on how to talk to their children? We can get that for them. The second person on the team is a victim advocate with the DA's office. That person will be responsible for providing information on the suspect, information on what is happening with the suspect, and information as the trial goes along. That person will be with them from yesterday until the trial is over. So they are responsible for them for probably a very long time. The third person on the team is a public information officer for the family. Not many of these families have had much information in dealing with the media. Some of the families want a buffer. Some of the families want information on how to present their loved ones to the press so that people will get a good, just a good idea of who their loved one was. And so the public information officer is there to help them do that. The public information officer will also be with them from yesterday until the trial is over, because unfortunately, we believe that the media will be here from yesterday until the trial is over. So those three people will be in touch with them almost constantly, providing anything that they need. Also, we are providing funeral assistance if they need that. We are providing grief counseling if they need that. And we are providing plane transportation and hotels in town for families who are coming into town. On the public side, on the victim side, Monday night, there were a group of us who were at the police department, and they were bringing in busloads of people from King Soopers. The buses included the employees, the shoppers, the people who were maybe in the parking lot, but anybody who was on the scene when the shooting happened. They were coming to the police department in the buses in order to interview the police officers. Because of the number of people, they were there for a while. And so we had an opportunity to sit with them. We had an opportunity to listen to them. They had amazing stories. And we had an opportunity to understand what they might need. The police officers who are interviewing them are letting us know if they talk to people that they think need more services, if they're talking to people that they think need counseling. And as the information comes back to us, we are calling them and trying to provide what they need. In addition, we have set up an assistance office. The assistance office is at the VIA office at 2855 63rd Street. Anybody who is a witness, a victim, is welcome to come into the office. We can provide counselors there for them. We can provide referrals for them. We hope that we can provide anything that they need. The assistance office is open from 10 to 7. There's a kind of a, for instance, you know, as the employees were leaving the store and as the shoppers were leaving the store, they were leaving generally in a hurry. Their cars are still at the store. There were employees who left without their purse. Their purses are still at the store. They may not have a cell phone. They may need a cell phone. So we will provide a temporary cell phone. But it's that kind of thing that they're coming in to the assistance office and asking for help with. And it's that kind of thing that we're being able to provide for them. Meanwhile, I just want everybody to remember, and sometimes we forget, that the police are working this situation while they're also dealing with their own grief. There has not been a police officer lost in this town since 1995, and it has been devastating. I have watched what's going on at the police department. It has been devastating. So please just be sensitive to that. A lot of people are asking us about contributions for victims and the families. The Fallen Officer Fund will assist the family of Officer Talley. The Colorado Healing Fund supports the needs of the victims, the families, and the community. And the Colorado Organization for Victim Assistance has been so helpful to us in helping us get organized quickly and to provide support and resources. So all of you, if you know of anybody who was at the scene who perhaps hasn't talked to anybody, there were people we have heard who escaped through the back door, and maybe they haven't been in contact with anybody. If you know of anybody, if you hear of anybody, please let us know, because we need to hear their story and we need to provide them with any services that they need. So thank you very much.
Stephanie, thank you for that, and thank you for your service. With that, we are done with the public testimony for tonight, and we'll bring it back to council. I will begin briefly by saying it is just an amazing community that we are part of. Hearing from all of the people who have spoken tonight is incredibly moving. Much of it's incredibly sad, but I have to say that it is just breathtaking how committed our residents are and how much people love their community, which is not the place, it's the people. So with that, I'm going to ask council members to please raise their hands and I'll call on them. I know that after hearing what we heard, it's hard to follow, but I think that just like our state and federal legislators spoke, that we owe it to our community to speak to them about what we've heard, what we hope for, what we intend to do going forward. So council members, thank you for being willing to speak, and I'll call on Bob.
Thanks, Sam. First, I want to start with 3 thank yous. First, I want to thank all of the police officers in our community. If any of you are listening tonight, I know that each one of you knows that by protecting us from harm, you expose yourself to harm. And any one of you could have been Officer Tally on Monday. Second thank you I want to extend is to you, Sam. Over the last 48 hours, you've done us proud. You've spoken to the President of the United States. You've spoken to national, international press. You've kept the community and the world informed. And I am very proud of you. And I thank you so much for representing our city and our city council. Finally, I want to thank the community members who courageously spoke this evening. While tonight has been painful, it's also been the most beautiful and meaningful city council meeting that I have ever attended. So I want to thank everyone for sharing deeply with us. We heard tonight from more than 40 people, from faith leaders, from federal and state representatives, from community members, and from friends and neighbors of those taken from us on Monday afternoon. Nothing I could say now would be as eloquent or as moving or as intimate as what we have already heard this evening. So let me just say what I heard this evening. Tonight I heard fear, I heard sadness, I heard anger. But most importantly, tonight I heard hope. I don't know, maybe it's too soon to talk about hope. Hope has to be genuine, and hope can't be forced, and hope takes its time. But I can't forget the most important lesson taught to us by our long-serving and recently retired city manager, Jane Brodigan. Jane taught us that hope is not optional. Hope is not optional. I think the word hope is sometimes misunderstood. Hope is not wishfulness. Hope is not the prayer of those who have no other place to turn. Hope is not the last desperate grasp of helplessness. Instead, I think that hope is the realizable promise of a better future. Hope has a plan. Hope can be implemented. And when the aims of hope are achieved, hope turns to joy. Tonight, I believe that we have reason for hope. We just heard those reasons. Tonight, we heard our faith leaders remind us that the pain of life is temporary. Tonight, we heard our federal and state representatives promise that they will forever ban the instruments of death that were used to kill our neighbors on Monday afternoon. Tonight, we heard community members commit to help each other through one of the most horrific tragedies our town has ever borne. And tonight, I look forward to hearing from my council members, my colleagues, who lead this city to the best of their abilities with concern, compassion, and dedication. That's what Jane Brodigan meant by hope. Hope is love, hope is kindness, hope is sharing, hope is healing. Hope makes us stronger, hope makes us better, and as Jane taught us, hope is not optional. When the fear and the sadness and the anger subside over the coming days and weeks and months, what will be left is hope. And on the foundation of that hope, we will build our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Mark.
Thank you, Sam. I want to thank everyone who spoke this evening. There was a great deal of eloquence, there was a great deal of passion, and I hope we can take it all to heart. We heard many specific policy suggestions this evening, and I'm not going to discuss those. We know what has to be done. We simply have to have the collective will to do it. Tonight, I am simply going to add a brief personal comment. Like so many of us, I've been trying to get my head around the events of Monday. I have found myself consumed by anger and rage at this assault on our community and our people, at the unfairness and capriciousness of the act, at the sheer mind-numbing evil of it. In my own efforts to move past these emotions, I actually found myself coming back to a couple of lines from the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas. He wrote, "Though lovers be lost, love shall not, and death shall have no dominion." And as I thought about it, for me, that provided the basis for moving forward. To remember the fallen with love and appreciation, to recognize and celebrate the acts of compassion and heroism we saw on that day, particularly those of Officer Talley, who died in the service of the community he had sworn to protect, and who gave what Lincoln described as the last full measure of devotion to our community. And finally, to act in such a way as to show the world that in this city, in our city, death shall never have dominion, that we will survive, we will persevere, and we will rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mary?
Denny Stong, Nevin Stanisik, Ricky Olds, Trelona Bartukoriak, Suzanne Fountain, Terry Leiker, Kevin Mahoney, Lynn Murray, and Jody Waters. May they rest in peace, and my condolences go out to their families and loved ones. I have a lot of appreciation for a lot of what was said tonight. It was just, I don't have any other word for it, but beautiful. And I heard a lot of references to bridges. Bridges, you know, about the fragmentation. How do you mend fragmentation? You mend it with a bridge. How do you provide access to resources and basic needs? You do that with bridges. And then Norma outright said it, surely there is a bridge. And it made me think of a quote by Gloria Ansaldúa, which is, "Caminante, no hay puentes, se hace al andar." Traveler, there are no bridges. We build them as we go. And so I hope that as we build these bridges over these treacherous waters of this tragic event, as we go to places we've never been to and we never thought that we would have to go to, that we do this together, and that for a moment, and perhaps even longer, we put aside our differences and work together to, first of all, help these families through this horrible, horrible event and what they must be feeling, and then our community, and then to do something about this. And yes, it involves gun reform, but it also involves providing mental health services. It involves providing people with the basic needs. It involves addressing the fragmentation. And so it's not just one thing, it's many things. And we have to do those little everyday things that Norma mentioned that will provide us some healing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron?
Well, it's been an extraordinary evening listening to all of our community members' incredible, moving testimony. I was in tears multiple times. I can only say thank you to everyone who came and shared their thoughts. Obviously, this is an incredibly difficult time. I'll just say a few words. I need to start by thanking Officer Eric Talley for his bravery and for his ultimate sacrifice. We owe him a debt that we can never repay. And so I'm just incredibly grateful to him and to the entire Boulder Police Department, and who put themselves in harm's way on Monday and many other days to protect our community. And to thank all the other first responders, the Boulder Fire Department, and then from departments all across the Front Range who came to our aid. And thank you so much for your assistance. And then I offer my very sincerest condolences to the families and friends and loved ones of the people that we lost on Monday. We grieve for you, and we mourn for you, and we stand with you in this incredibly difficult time. And then I'll just say that I pledge to do what is within my power to work on the underlying problems in our society, on advancing mental health support and gun violence prevention, working with our state and federal leaders to do whatever we can on these incredibly difficult problems that result in such horrific acts. So that's my pledge to the community. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Mirabai and then Rachel. Mirabai?
Thanks, Sam. I guess I want to start out on more of a personal note to our first responders. And I just want to say, as a fellow first responder, my heart goes out to each and every one of you in a very sincere and deep way. I understand minimally what you're going through, nowhere close to what you've experienced. And I know that it can take a toll. I know that this past year, with the unrest in America and our community, it has probably taken a big toll as well. And so please know from the bottom of my heart and my husband's heart, who's in the military, we thank you so deeply for your service. I know you've not probably always seen it from members of the community or across our nation, but we truly love and appreciate you, and thank you so much for your service. So please do know that there are many, many of us who support you. I would like to offer my heartfelt, sincere heartbreak for the community members who had to go through this, for the trauma that you're experiencing. And please know that I think our community stands with you. I think our council stands with you, our first responders. You are not alone, and many of us are keeping you in our thoughts. So thank you for the beautiful sentiment tonight. It was heard, and we appreciate everybody. So I can't say much more that was better than what was spoken, I think, today. And we thank you all, and thanks for being a part of our community.
Thank you, Mirabai. Rachel, and then I'll come back to Mary and then Adam. Rachel.
Thanks. I want to start by thanking everyone who came and shared their stories and feelings tonight. It was very powerful. I also want to thank Chris Meschuk, our interim city manager, for all the work he's done this week. He has been interim city manager a very hard time, and I appreciate how well he has risen to the occasion. I also want to thank our first responders, and especially Officer Talley, who laid down his life for our community and for our lives. It's a debt that we will never be able to repay. And I want to express my deepest sympathies to the victims and to the survivors of Monday's tragedy. The whole community feels your loss and grieves with you. We will never forget your loved ones, and we will do everything we can to support you all. Listening to the comments from our speakers tonight, the sorrow throughout our community is palpable and overwhelming. As a resident of South Boulder myself, it has been my experience too, and my heart goes out to everyone in our community who is suffering. It has been my experience that we best honor victims of gun violence with action. We have many societal ills that we need to fix to prevent acts of violence and atrocities, but in terms of gun violence, we do necessarily have to include a focus on the guns. Something that Nikhil Mankakar said tonight really resonated for me, that gun violence steadily erodes our feeling of being safe in this world and in our community. We need to heal as a community, and we need to create a world in which we can feel safe. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern announced only 5 days after a mass shooting in New Zealand that New Zealand would ban semi-automatic weapons, assault rifles, and high-capacity magazines. Jacinda Ardern met the moment. We as a city council cannot meet this moment alone, so I am asking for Colorado elected officials to meet this moment with us. As New Zealand's Prime Minister did, I am looking for unequivocal commitments from state elected officials to change the law. So I'm asking for Boulder state legislators and our governor to commit to 3 changes passed during this session. Number 1, we need a statewide ban on assault weapons and large capacity magazines. That cannot be deferred to federal government action. Of course, we all hope that the federal government will take action, but state lawmakers cannot count on that. Number 2, we need the state to repeal the state preemption law. And number 3, we need to expand the list of prohibited firearm purchasers to include those with violent misdemeanor histories. That change alone would have prevented the shooter who murdered 10 of our community members from purchasing his weapons. You will honor victims if you meet this moment. I am begging you to do so. Please be brave.
Thank you, Rachel. Mary, back to you for an addendum.
Yes, and with my deepest apologies to the family of Eric Talley. He was at the top of my list, and I was going to go back, and I forgot to do that, quite honestly. So with all due respect, my apologies. And I extend my condolences to the family of Eric Talley. This afternoon, I visited the memorial at police headquarters, and there were a lot of people there, more flowers than you could ever think of. And it was very, very moving and very personal, because you knew it was his vehicle and you knew that he had been there. So I just wanted to mention his name as well and thank him for his service and his family for his service.
Thank you, Mary. Adam.
Thank you, Sam. I will start by mirroring a lot of what my fellow council members have said. Thank you to all the speakers who spoke tonight. It was truly touching. Thank you to all the first responders. And my deepest condolences to the victims and their families. There is no excuse for this, and there never will be. I wanted to share briefly, since I'm the youngest person on council, I'm going to fill my role and speak for the younger generation. what it's like to grow up in a society plagued by gun violence. So my first sort of memories are stop, drop, and roll. That's what we were taught in school. And that's become run, hide, fight. Every single experience in my life has been pierced by gun violence on one level or another. And I'm the generation that learned how to hide in their classroom, turn off the lights, lock the doors. And that just is a through line in the last 30 years. More personally, I know someone who was shot in the Aurora Theater shooting, and he was one of my very good bouncer friends. Luckily, he's still with us, but that has affected him and will for the rest of his life. What's interesting to me is when I hear our elected officials speak, and we see these news conferences after these events very frequently, I hear the exact same things. The only things that change are the date that it happened, the place that it happened, and the list of victims. Everything else is exactly the same. No action really happens. It could be the same thing. You know, at this point, I could probably recite it myself, what is said at these news conferences. And what is said is truthful, and it is meaningful, and it is important, but it doesn't drive action. And that's what we need at this moment. Sorry for struggling through this a little bit, but this, you know, the one thing I will say that I hear at these conferences that I don't agree with is we can't allow this to be the normal. Well, as someone who grew up seeing this my entire life, this is normal. The job is to change it away from being normal. Right now, there's very few things that are more American or more Coloradan than being a victim of gun violence. And that is the normal right now. And that has to change. I understand why people don't want to accept that, but it has to change. And I can guarantee you, as a member of the generation and future generations that have grown up with this violence, this will change. It is inevitable. And anyone who stands in the way is just biding time. And I don't know if we have the elected officials who are going to do it now, but this generation is now coming into power, and this generation will not stand for this. And whatever changes need to be made, they will be made. And that is my promise. So it's time to either lead, join with us, or get out of the way, because it's going to happen. Thank you so much for everybody who spoke tonight. Again, this has really, really been a tough situation. And on one light note, when I went to the memorials, I got to hug my first stranger in over a year. And that is one of the most meaningful experiences I've ever had in my life. And I never thought that would be the case. So there's a lot of hope out there, but the inevitable is coming. So be prepared for it.
Thank you, Adam. Junie.
Thank you, Sam. Following Adam's footstep is very, very difficult because I can hear the pain in his heart, which is very painful as another human being just to hear that as well. I just want to say first my condolences to the families of the victims and the survivors. I am deeply saddened by the atrocious acts that took place on Monday, March 21st, 2021. but I should also let you know that I am deeply grateful and inspired by the bravery of the survivors. I am grateful for the bravery of Officer Tali for laying down his life in service of his fellow men and women. There is no greater love. Also, out of this tragedy, I saw the dedication of city staff and leadership. Ultimately, I am grateful and proud to be a member of the Boulder City Council. I am proud to be a community member in Boulder. I am hopeful that Boulder is and will remain that bright star, because we as a people are resilient and we will overcome this evil that we collectively experience on Monday, 21st of March, 2021. And to finish, I want to say to the families of all the victims of Dennis Stone, Nevin Stanisic, Ricky Oles, Trolano Bart Koviak, Terry Laker, Susan Fountain, Kevin Mahoney, Leonard Murray, Jody Waters, and Officer Eric Talley. Today, I mourn with you. Tomorrow, I pledge with the rest of my colleagues to fight and advocate for change around gun reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. So I want to say thank you to our community again for showing up tonight and sharing your emotions. It is a step that was needed. It's needed by me. It's needed by our council. It's needed by our staff and our whole community. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. And I want to say I'm sorry. And who I'm sorry to is the younger generation. We'll start with Adam on down. Anyone who has grown up having to learn those skills to survive in a school deserves an apology from all of us who are older. We have failed. We have failed in vision. We have failed in willpower. We have failed in execution. And it is time to stop failing on this subject. We owe it to the younger people in our community to fix this problem, which is corrosive, it is deadly, and it is evil. And we must take the weapons of human destruction out of the hands of people who are not fit to use them. And that is almost everyone. But we need to step up to the challenge. This means us. This means us pressing our legislators. And this means us telling them that if you're afraid of losing your job, that's not what you should be afraid of. Think of all the people who were afraid of being shot to death. That's fear. Losing your job is not losing your life. And so I am sorry to all the younger people who have had to grow up this way in our country, in our city. We have work to do, and your testimony tonight has redoubled my commitment to that work, and I hope it's redoubled the commitment of people who run our state and our country. I want to go back to what Bob said. Hope is what we need to be able to do that work. We have to believe that with our commitment and with our passion, with our vision, with our integrity, that we can make change. And it takes hope to believe that you can make that change, even in the face of the polarized mess that we have in Washington, we have to have hope. And Boulder is a place that has always been hopeful. Since I've lived here, we've come through the many fires and floods. There have been other killings and tragedies, but Boulder has always picked itself up, looked each other in the eye, acknowledged the sadness and the grief, and moved forward. And that's what we need to do now. I don't have a lot of words to add, so I'm going to close with the way I closed at the press conference on Tuesday about the events on Monday. Boulder is a city full of giving and resilient people, and we will help each other heal and recover from this tragedy. Boulder is also an active and energetic community. We will put our energy to use in repairing the civic fabric which has been torn. And Boulder is a thoughtful and visionary community, and we will work together to build a future in which tragedies like this live in a distant and unimaginable past. But for now, we will grieve and console one another and remember the 10 precious souls that we lost on Monday. And with that, I will bring this meeting of the Boulder City Council to a close, and thank you all so much for sharing your time with us. Everyone have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Night.